Good evening. We are here again. Yet again. Hi Omniscious, Holiday, Heffa, Zero, Enzio. Good to see you. Biggie. We finished today. We? Depends. Well, I mean, it could be possible. Yeah, Bren is also playing off-stream a bunch. Hazard is playing off-stream a bunch. Lars has actually, Lars has had a PB today, so we can mention that. Otherwise, I guess we're just looking for Elcon to jump in. Mainly waiting for that. Elcon was supposed to play today, so yeah, we'll see. Hey, OKB. OKB. I can't. Can't read. DZB. Big Son. One thing I wanted to actually check before anything else, though. Now that we're jumping in. I'm on less as well. I built this map that's kind of bad. But I noticed that Tato gets a really good run. The author time on this map is like 1 second slower. And I didn't grind the author time. I knew that 49 would be possible, but I'm kind of curious to see what this run is. This is some weird reactor NASCAR. I don't know what it is. It's kind of interesting. Oh, Bren got Waterguard offline. Oh, really? Is there a clip of it? Oh, this is really clean. Oh. This turn is really bad, actually, but I didn't find it. There were so many issues, okay? I couldn't fix them all. But the run is good. The run is actually really good. Just put a picture on Discord? Okay. Okay. That's a sick run. I suppose we'll... Let me find it. There it is, yeah. More slideshow. Okay. There's no way I'm making a Discord link into a comment. And I can't do it anyway, right? Because it's the picture will be outdated very soon. Billy, thank you for the 27 months. Much appreciate you. Thank you so much. Okay, yeah. I just checked the picture. It is there, yes. This is the landing. On to the next part. So technically this, yeah. It's another Voltigord. I wish we had like a clip or something. Who knows? Maybe Bren has gotten further too. I don't know. Bren even hiding inputs from the picture. So we don't know anything at all. Hi normally. Gaucho. Brinkers. Were you surprised Bren didn't stream today? I thought everyone would ramp up hours close to the end. Yes, I am surprised. Yes. I'm surprised that Bren and Hazard are both playing without streaming, honestly. I don't really know what the plan is, what the strat is. Maybe they're expecting the end to be so difficult that they actually don't think that they have a chance of finishing right now. Maybe? Yeah, I know, Zero. I know. It's understandable. No, but yeah, we don't have anything. The picture is the only one. I guess for clarity, I will update this. Bren also posted a screenshot later. The dirt wall ride is definitely hard, yes. Like, not only the technique of turning around, which is definitely failable, but also the, like, narrow sections there, for sure. Hi, Abraxas. Not at all. Welcome. Because they play offline to get consistent enough so they can do it live? Yeah, but, I mean, that would mean that they don't think they have a chance of finishing right now. Because if you play offline, if you don't stream your run, then you're not going to be eligible for the prizes if you finish. So that kind of tells me that they don't think that they can finish right now. That would sort of make sense. But anyway, Lars is streaming. Well, Dato, nice run on the NASCAR map. So, yeah, Lars made it to this jump. So Lars has made it today, passed the wheel hang, landed here, and didn't have enough speed to land this jump. That was Lars's best run now. So Lars making progress, Bren making progress, Hazard making progress, all in the last like 24 hours, but we don't we don't see a lot of it. Because Bren is playing offline and Hazard is playing offline, which, you know, they can of course do what they feel is best for their progress, but yeah, it's a little bit awkward now that we're getting so close that we're only getting like screenshots. But hey, at the very least we know that our top 3 is improving a lot, and maybe Elcon will be online later today and we'll get some good runs going too. Let's see. Hiding inputs, sure, and like the lines, everything, sure. Hi Matteo, good to see you. Yeah, it is full speed, though. But the previous turn, the turn before the upside down part is honestly so bad, but I just didn't have time to fix it. Because it caused an... Look. If I widen it, which you probably feel also that it should be wider, that turn, right? But if I widened it, you would get an autoslide in the upside down parts. And I was like, okay, well, I don't know how to deal with this. So I just made it bad. No, it's kind of bad though. Are they allowed to use an alt stream account? I do think so, yes. Like, you could technically just put like some random TikTok account somewhere and stream it there. I feel like that would qualify. I'm not 100% sure what the rules state exactly, so I'm not gonna, don't quote me on it. But I feel like it's probably possible. Wondering why no one ever tries to say my nickname in full. Matteo Sky Richu? I shorten a lot of people's names for my own convenience. Yeah, I heard that Sammy had a bad session today, and also Scrappy. Scrappy had one of the most ridiculous falls I've ever seen. That I just noticed. I feel like everyone's kind of struggling a little bit. Like, I don't know what this is, like, from Scrappy's stream. Here's the Scrappy PB attempt on the wall ride. And, like, this is, you couldn't, like, make this up. Okay, yeah, plastic bones from floor 12, yeah. Nothing crazy there, we've seen that happen. Barely not managing to save that fall. Falling down a snow downhill there. Well, there's floor 7, right? Always floor 7. Oh, it's a plastic bones. Oh, it's a plastic bones. Floor 3 at least? Nah. Nope. This is, yeah. I feel like this kinda sums up a lot of this experience. A lot of people are having a bad time with plastic, especially. I mean, yeah, it would be kind of weird if someone finished the map with some alt account, and honestly, I feel like our, like, the streamer guys like Bren and Lars wouldn't do that, right? I think they understand the value in the viewership. And I feel like, you know, the others also would want to, like, showcase it to the community. I think every one of those players understand that this means a lot for the community as well. Of course, it's, like, primarily, like, a personal achievement. You need to be, like, a little bit self-centered when you grind something like this, because otherwise you put too much pressure onto yourself. But I think they do understand that there's, like, a community achievement at play as well. Hi, Ale. Yeah, Lars did figure out the wheel clip. And we also saw the inputs from Lars there. So it was press forward until the plastic and then left. EF left, basically. Oh yeah, actually no, Scrappy has gotten to floor 14, sorry, yeah. So, yeah, it wasn't like a PB attempt or anything, if I made it sound like that. Anyway, we're gonna get into the dip as well. I was playing this yesterday a little bit as well. So how this day is gonna go, same way as yesterday. So we're gonna try reach some new heights, and we will wait for players to jump in. Hazard and Elcon, I guess, the two most likely players to still play tonight. We'll see. And Schmaniel, I guess. Perhaps. So, yeah, we'll see. The event is slowing down, but at the same time, like, it's slowing down in the sort of community aspect, maybe. But at the same time, we have every single player in top 3 with a new PB today. Or in the last... well, today, yeah. I do wonder if the dirt wall ride is actually just, like, so intimidating for the players that they don't think it's gonna be done even in, like, a couple days. Like, you know, it might be the a similar thing as the floor 11 plastic half pipe, for example. It's really difficult to say, I guess. We need to see it first. It is pretty great though, in some sense, that we have 3 players on floor 16 right now. That's like pretty good, right? And Elcon is very close. Would be cool to have 4 players at the same time in floor 16. And Lars, 3rd place. 3rd place right now is here on section, what is this, 4, I think? And then we have section 7 for Hazard and section 8 for Bren. And there's 14 sections, I think. The last time I counted. 14 sections total. So, you know, we're more than halfway through this floor. So, it doesn't seem like we're really that far. But it kind of depends, obviously. Could be that this dirt wall right here will cause problems for several days. Yeah, all 3 players are past the wheel hang, which, you know, the wheel hang is supposed to be one of the toughest tricks, right? It's one of the 2 tricks on this map that have a practice section. So, in that sense, it's only 1 practice trick away. And Hazard did get it a few times in the practice. So, yeah. Is the wall ride skippable? It depends how you would skip it. So, here's how I think this is gonna go. So, you start from here. You can't really get more speed than this. And the turbo only gives you speed to get to the lower part. I don't think you will be able to get to the higher part instantly, which is maybe what you mean. So I think you're forced to go to the lower part, and I don't think you can do anything from there. You have to go to the other side, and then for the turnaround to work, you have to go all the way here. And then you have to go all the way back, and this is when you get to the higher part. I think it's very cleverly built to not be possible to get the speed immediately. And I think, like, this is a really creative build, where, you know, the exit is here and the start is here, but it's not possible to get here without doing the whole thing first. Of course, you know, the one thing that kind of overshadows the creativity is the difficulty, and the fact that it's floor 16, one of the last sections of the map. So maybe that's gonna be a little bit overshadowed, but I will say that this is like a super cool section. If I just saw this as like a separate thing, this would be very impressive. And I mean, it is very impressive. Maybe a bit overkill, but you know, suppose we'll see. Maybe someone will one-shot it. I don't know. This floor is built by Jumper. It was one of the mapping competition entries, interestingly. Hello, Jacob. What are recoveries for this? No. If that answers your question. There's one specific point where you can potentially fall down, and it's here. This sand piece here. Can you even get back to the dirt if you do this? I suppose there might be enough space over here. That should be enough. If you very specifically fail exactly this small part of the wall, then yeah, you can be fine. Otherwise, no. Yeah. No one is here yet. So current situation is this. Floor 16 starts here. First you do the loop like this. You jump here. You jump here, and then the wheel hang. You land here, and then you land here. Lars has made it to this point. Then you have to jump here, here, and then between these beams onto the ice, and go here. Hazard has made it into this point, and for the most part has practiced this wall ride. You can practice the future wall ride here, but it's not the actual section yet. So you turn around, and you try these jumps. Hazard tried these, didn't quite land them. You're supposed to land here. Bren, earlier today, has posted a screenshot now that he made it here. We don't have any other footage of that happening, though. But Bren has made it here, as we know from a screenshot, off stream. So then you need to do another icy wheel dirt zoop, jump over here, and go here. Then the flags, and then you're on the wall ride. Suppose we don't really know how far Bren got at the end of the day, but... Hi H-Quill. The wall hang can fall into the pool below, but I honestly feel that it's really only the, like, well, I don't know, I suppose if you fail the entry immediately, I suppose that can be okay. I don't think you can really fall down the middle of the wall hang. I think the exit is the main issue, though. Well, maybe not anymore. I don't really know, like, I suppose it's consistent. I guess it's all about the entry now, actually. So I suppose, you know, can be semi-forgiving. Yeah, Sick for Sun, that's kinda weird. Are we sure it didn't take Jumper 66 hours to validate the floor? It would be funny if it ended up being true. But I promise you that if once the practice floor 16 is released, I can complete it in under 66 hours. Okay, I can promise you that. And I'm not a pro player. That's a deal? Sure. I'll do it. What do you do if it takes me over 60 hours? I will spend 16 hours building my own deep dip floor and validate it. Could be fun regardless. But you know. Easy floor. I spent like less than 2 hours beating Shallow Dip. 1.5 to 2 hours. Now that you play the map, does it feel harder or easier than you imagined during casting? I actually found a lot of these tricks to be easier than I thought they would be for me. It's not that I thought that they would be, like, easy, but I personally thought I would struggle with them more. After seeing, like, you know, the day 1 and 2 discoveries. But I guess, like, knowing the strats is really helping. Which is kind of interesting. Or maybe it just feels like it. Like, you know, I suppose it's different, like, watching someone else do attempts and fail their attempts than actually do attempts yourself. I feel like you might not sense time in the same way. Like, it might feel like it's, you know, you're failing more or less than someone else. It's hard to tell because, you know, you're kind of focusing in a different sense. I have Outrageous couple times by now. How did that slide out? I didn't even release. Can I? Needs a green timer. I would need to reset it, I guess. Suppose I could. Yeah, we do need to talk to the mappers for sure. After the whole thing. Is DD2 fever over? See, most players gave up already. Most players give up pretty quickly, I guess. Depends on who we're talking about specifically. The fever? Sure, maybe the fever is over. Like, compared to, you know, the first week. But I mean, the event, in terms of, like, the top players, is still very much alive. I think it's just that even though those players are playing every single day, they are still, like, very exhausted right now. What? What kind of a bounce was that? Did I get an upside down landing bug? Or maybe I just released too much. Brent said on Discord, I think the 180 zoop is okay, but I only did 3 attempts on the wall ride, which didn't work. Oh, so Brent has actually tried the wall ride. Wait, hold on. But how did he recover? What wall ride? I don't understand. Because how do you get 3 attempts on the wall ride? Well, maybe he means the practice wall, right? But we know from the screenshot. Brent posted a screenshot. So is this what Brent is saying then? So Brent posted a screenshot from here and then said, I think the 180 zoop is okay. So, you know, this thing is okay, but only got 3 attempts on the wall ride, which didn't work, which would be the previous part here. What does he mean? Or did he make it because, you know, if Bren made this jump as well, then does it mean that he actually made it also to the wall ride? But then, like, how do you get 3 attempts on this? Surely you fall down on the first attempt if you fail. Like, I don't see you actually not falling if you fail this. It's gonna be very rare. You can now go next without doing the practice successfully. No, but this is what I mean. Like, there's a screenshot from here, from Bren. And Bren is clearly commenting on this one, saying that this looks okay. This section looks okay. And then saying only got 3 attempts on the wall ride. But like, is that not like a weird order to say about things? Like, do we know if Bren cleared this or not? I don't know. Oh well, I guess Bren might recap that. And we already know that Bren was trying the practice wall ride like 30 times on stream before, right? Bren has fallen off the practice wall ride twice on stream. Maybe it's just mind games, I don't know. Yeah, 3 attempts on the wall ride that didn't work. Why would he only do the 3... Why would he only do the practice wall ride 3 attempts? Right? Why would you only do 3 attempts on the practice wall ride and 0 of them work and then you say like, okay, I'm just gonna go next? Or... Like, it's a confusing comment, no? Oh, he wanted... Okay, so... That could be true, Arias. Like, maybe Bren did the practice wall, right? 3 times, and it didn't work, and then he was like, okay, screw it, let's just see what's ahead on the map, right? And then trying out the plastic jumps. And then yeah, okay, maybe that's what it means, yeah. That kind of makes sense. So, well, I assume by the screenshot that we've received, the only screenshot, that Bren did not clear the ice 180, or the dirt 180, whatever, dirt zoop. That could make sense, yeah. Hazard fell from the plastic jumps that Bren has now cleared. And from Hazard we actually have a streamable. It's in the WR clip. Whoops. Okay, we'll go now. What? I didn't expect to bug slide. Alright, it's okay. So, screenshot from Bren clearing the plastic jumps that Hazard fails in the streamable. You could say that a streamable is an animated screenshot, yes. Come on. No, yeah, I imagine we would get another screenshot if Bren did make it. What is wrong with me? But who knows at this point, right? Maybe both Bren and Hazard have already finished the map and they're just baiting everyone or something. Who knows? At this point, I don't know what to believe. All the mind games. You plan to win this week? I don't know, Bun. We'll see. Making good progress though. Almost floor 3 already. No, yeah, we were talking about that as well, Rioter. The possibility that you would practice the finish jumps so that the replay file size is too big so it doesn't show on the leaderboard. That is not a good line. Okay. A bit Monka save. Ubas is so ready to finish. I'm really bad at like these ice turnarounds. I need to practice these more. This is like some kind of a technique that, you know, you don't pick up on normal driving because usually you're just going, right? Hi Navifan, how was the interview? Works. Bren usually streams in the mornings, Europe time. So probably starting in like, I don't know. Oh. It's like 12 hours or more. Hi QFM. Did I still see Bren playing at like 2 AM his time today? I think Bren was still playing like 4 hours ago or so. Oh. The Hazard Voltegard failings is heartbreaking. The left tap was such a joke. I mean, at the end of the day, it was still a huge run for Hazard. One-shotting so much on that run on floor 16. Not maybe one-shotting, but like, you know, getting through floor 16 on one session like that, after being stuck on the ending parts of floor 15 for so long. I feel like that was a huge run. Huge day for Hazard. That was very weird, but okay. I want to turn it. There we go. Went really good. 2 hours after the interview, they gave me an offer, but I declined it. Didn't fulfill my needs as I wanted. Yeah, fair enough. Good that it went well, though. Even if it didn't work out this time. Hard to really say, like, who's sharing strats with whom at this point. I don't really think there's too much, though. Like, at this point, I feel like everyone understands what to do on the map. Like, maybe exact muscle memory is still missing, but I feel like everything has been figured out. They know how to do the plastic bounce on the dirt wall turnaround, which is the most important part, right? That is the least usual part of the remaining map. And then, you know, maybe there's some specific strats like how to get around the beams, but I feel like RPG players, as all of them are, Hazard, Lars, and Bren, they've probably done some similar stuff. People said that the flag beam thing also exists on World of Tompos, which it's different, but I think it's similar enough that you will use like the same strategy. Like, this is a little bit tougher, it seems. But like, Lars has done it for sure. And I feel like the other players will probably know what to do as well. Yeah, it's like a light... I think, if I remember right, it was like a slightly different beam and slightly different... like, it wasn't a flag, it was like a light thing. Hi, SMB. Boing. Yeah, without air brake, that's so much better. I'm learning. Here's how would you do it? I have no idea, honestly. If anyone has the clip from Lars doing the checkpoint on World of Tompos, that is my 100% of my knowledge about this. It's a really interesting section. I think you just basically like try to very carefully go around the... Like, you try to always go towards the center. Fine, I'll just do it like this. Yeah, no worries. I'll get there on this run so we can investigate. I think you just always try to go like on the center, so you don't like try to stay on the side. You try to narrowly like pass the flags there, and you know land in the center. So you don't want to spend too much time on the side. That's how I think it goes. Otherwise, I don't really know. Hi, Jump. It's going good. What about you? Whoops. Okay. I should have probably seen that coming. Oh, I'm here though. That'll do. I think this is harder. Turtle is probably harder to start from here. Well, let's try it. Good to see you going for Walter Guard again. Yeah. No worries. Here we go. Almost have it. Possible. Okay. Suppose this will do. So much easier to chain. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can do it without turtling, but I feel like it's probably harder. Honestly, like, I'm not very good at turtling, but even I feel like doing all of that is so much harder without it. It's kind of strange to me to see so many people try to avoid it. But I guess if you literally never had to do it before, it can be pretty weird. It's not like I've done it a lot either. I probably have like less than 10 hours of turtling experience in this game, honestly. Hello, Nath. Whenever there was like a turtle khaki map, I would just completely skip it. Wouldn't even really try it. It's tricky, it's tricky. You need to kind of like... good way that I think about it is that I'm pushing the wheels down with inputs. So if the right wheels are up, then I start pushing right to bring them down. And then when the left wheels are up, I start pushing left to bring them down. But it's like, it's a strange way to play a racing game. Yeah, no one still has finished the map. That is true. Hi, Bobo. Wait, do I have action key? Whoops. Oh, that's bad. Yep. Bad line. Is there an easy way to skip the ice slide on stage 1? I did hear, I didn't end up checking it, but I did hear that someone did have some strat. Like on Shallow Dip you don't need to do it, but I feel like people did find a way to avoid the ice slide on this version too. I will say though that I'd encourage people to just try it out, because like if you struggle with the ice slide, I think you're likely to struggle with other things on floor 2 and 3 as well, especially floor 3. So I feel like you're better off trying to pick up the ice slide on floor 1. That will also help you out on floor 3, honestly, because you can skip all the slides on floor 3. Are you going to try out the new khaki maps? I don't have the TMNF game, so I'll probably pass on that. I really only focus on this game. Can you explain what the definition of khaki is? Like, why are certain maps called khaki maps? So, what khaki is, and what khaki maps are, might be a little bit different. But generally speaking, khaki maps are part of the khaki event, which this year there's 3. There's this current one, which is Khaki-est Khaki, and that is in Trackmania Nations Forever, which is an older game. They have 50 maps there, and 1 month. And your goal is to finish as many of those maps as possible. Usually they're pretty short maps, 20 to 30 seconds, or maybe like 15 to 30 seconds long. And often they use some glitches, they often have some weird mechanics that you don't usually see on other maps. Like, you know, when people call the wheel hang, for example, a khaki trick, it's kind of, you know, meaning that it's a very unusual sort of dank sort of section of the map. A lot of the time, you also have to rely a little bit on luck. Most of the time, khaki maps are not consistent at all, unless you have some very specific strategy, low input strategies being some of them. Usually, you know, you will not be able to do the maps consistently. So sometimes you need to spend hours and hours to try to finish a single map. And eventually, you know, you get the one run that you need, and it's super satisfying. It, like, the car bounces all around and finally reaches the finish line. So yeah, whoever finishes the most maps during the 1 month wins the event. Or if there are multiple people who finish the same amount of maps, then the average ranking on those maps decides the winner. I will be making, yeah, I'll build another khaki map for Khaki Reloaded. So we also had Khaki Remixed, which was 75 maps. That was a couple months ago. That was in this game, and it was basically like remixed versions, like reimagined versions, you could say, of some like old sort of classic khaki maps from the other game. So that was like a 1 month thing, and then we also in November there's gonna be Khaki Reloaded, which I usually built some a map for or multiple maps for. So we'll also get to that eventually this year. In a couple of months, we'll do some khaki building here. Please explain the ice light coming now? Sure. I'll try. So, basically, the goal is, with this ice light, step 1, gear 2, you need 100 speed here. That's not super hard to get. You don't need to start all the way from here. I'm starting from like here, and I usually get it just fine. So, gear 2 before the ice light, you need to get. Then, when you're in the beginning of the ice slide, you don't really want to adjust too much. Adjusting means one of two things. It means that you either release acceleration, which makes the ice slide go wider. Usually you need to brake tap after releasing to get the grip again. But if you're noticing that you're going too close to the wall, you can do like a small release and a brake tap, and that should make the car go a little bit wider. So that's one way. And then the other way to adjust is to just brake tap. So braking, in like a very reductive way, braking makes the car go tighter in the turn, and releasing makes it go wider. And also exit the ice slide. So our goal here is to take a clean ice slide line without too much adjusting. Because the more you adjust here, because you're on a second gear ice slide, you're likely to slide out. And what sliding out means is that you either gear down or gear up. And because you can't really keep second gear at a very low speed, maybe like 80 speed or so, and you will eventually also get third gear, which is 160 speed. You don't have any risk of that happening here. But like losing the second gear is like a realistic outcome of this. So you need to be a little bit careful about that. So the more adjustments you make, generally speaking, releases especially, the more likely you are to also slide out from here. Where is the PF setup from? Is it from this beam, maybe? Interesting. Yeah, okay. Anyway, you will need to isolate later on this map as well. So, I mean, if your only goal is to reach floor 2, then do whatever you want. But I would encourage trying to get this strat in. Like, it's a tough isolate. It's a very rare isolate, weird shape. This small gap here can cause some slide outs as well. Yeah, and it's second gear, which is very rare. Most ice maps are third gear or fourth gear, which is much more forgiving. But yeah, so if you slide out here, then that's gonna be because you're geared down. How do I keep speed after the slide? Yeah, so most likely it is about exiting the slide. So what that basically means is that your goal is to have the car going straight here. And for ice, that means that you have to exit the ice slide like here already. Because if you're sideways here, then you need to do like a pretty heavy release, and you will lose a lot doing that. So you would want to exit this as naturally as possible. So basically what that means is that once you're here, you already want to start like exiting the ice slide. And whether your angle here supports it or not, that's a different thing. But you want to exit it naturally. You don't want to exit like... If I can show like a bad way of doing this first. Get the second gear. So this would be a bad exit. I'm not gonna go through with it, because I know it's not gonna work. But I'm basically like here. At this point, I'm still like fully sideways. And that's not good, because then I need to release so much on the acceleration to actually straighten out the car. So what you want to do is you want to start exiting like here, on like this block already, to actually get the car straightened out like naturally throughout the straight line. That is the goal. And it's not easy to do. Yeah, it's all good. Oh no. So if I try to do this now... That still wasn't that good. I was still pretty sideways. Like, maybe you notice it as well. I was still pretty sideways, like, on this block, and I'm not really comfortable. That might have barely made it, maybe. But I didn't like it, so we'll try again. To exit, you just release, yes. Or you can just, if you have a perfect line, you don't need to release. So ice slides will eventually exit automatically. You need to keep brake taps going if you want to keep the ice slide going, but it will eventually exit automatically. So you can kind of look at my inputs here. That's a pretty bad line. Still worked, kinda. But you kind of notice... Am I actually landing this? Wow, okay. You kind of notice how... Like, I'm trying to exit the ice slide already, like, very early. That was very barely there, but still pretty bad. Like, I actually had issues going too fast on this landing. More than I had going too slow, I think. Rapid grinding offline? Gotcha, gotcha. Well, still keeping the grind up, it seems. At least. Oh. Okay, I thought I would turtle. What is the world record you are most proud of? Just started watching USDD2 begin, so I'm kinda new. So there's two main ones. One is something you could like compare it to maybe the Deep Fear in Trackmania. It's a similar like length grind, like many hundreds of hours, like I think 600-700 hours total, and it was also a sub 10 run, so it's kind of similar to the Deep Fear. And that's this one. That is probably the biggest one that I've done. Like the most challenging one. And in general, like if you ask Shootmania players, what my best run is, they will probably say that. But then there's also this one, which is probably like the most meaningful run that I've done in Shootmania. Because it's like one of the probably the most well-known map. And it's kind of a stupid run. Both are like hundreds of hours. The latter one took me 35,000 attempts. But the first one is still more. I just started tracking the runs later. Took longer. Oh, this is a terrible line. How do I... Wait. Okay, I definitely didn't deserve that. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, 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 oh. Don't think uphill turtling is super easy. I will say like one thing about ice slides, and that is that when you understand how gears work, and when you get like the intuition, not only the understanding, like, you know, I can tell you that, okay, if you gear down, you slide out, and you can like, you know, understand that. But when you also get the intuition for it, so that you notice that you're close to like a dangerous speed, and you understand like how to react to that, that makes ice like really interesting. It's really frustrating at first because you have these slide outs and they feel like they happen completely randomly. But when you kind of understand like, okay, I have only the third gear here and there's like a downhill ice slide, so now I need to be careful not to go too fast. And then you can control those kinds of situations. It's kind of satisfying as well. Of course, good ice maps will not require you to do that, because good ice maps have sort of built the gears accordingly. But even then, like, you know, if you make a mistake, it's kind of nice to be able to recover. So you don't need to do like a perfect run every single time. They are far now, yes. Oh, okay. Could basically finish every hour. That's what I thought. But maybe the players don't think that. By the way, the reason why I keep turning... The reason why I don't straighten the car, but I keep turning, two reasons. One is that it's easier to slow down if I land sideways. But actually, if I try to straighten the car, that actually means that I need to counter the steering, and I'm pretty sure I would lose more speed. So if I straighten the car, because I'm doing more inputs, I'm gonna lose more speed than if I just keep the same inputs throughout the thing. That's what my intuition tells me. I guess I would need to try it maybe to know for sure, but I know that I know in my heart that it works like this. So I will keep doing it. It just feels right to me, you know? So yeah, like I thought that they could finish like any day now, and I mean it's still possible, really. But now I'm kind of thinking if the players feel different. Oh, that was really good. Because we're seeing both Hazard and Bren play offline. Like, at this point, you would imagine, like, okay, well, if they felt like they can finish at any moment, they would be streaming everything, right? Because you need to stream your full final run to be eligible for the prize pool. But they don't. So that tells me that maybe they don't really believe in it right now. Maybe they feel like they need more practice still. The floor one is, I think, mostly okay. I think the small gaps at the end are a bit weird, but... And I'm not sure about the roof bounce on the wall ride at the end. Who do you think will win? Too early to say. Which is good. Bren has apparently made it the furthest now, but Lars is one trick away. Sorry, Hazard is one trick away, and Lars is one trick behind. No, two tricks behind Hazard. So all of the top 3 are within 4 sections. Hey, good night, Jump. Thank you for the good luck. Bren PB today, not on stream though, posted a screenshot. So Bren going for the Hazard strategy of posting PB screenshots on Discord. Do we know if Elcon has made any progress? We know that Elcon has been sick recently, but said yesterday that he would be playing today. So I suppose that hasn't happened yet. So suppose we're waiting still. Oh. This can't be good. I don't even... How does this feel so weird? Looks like... These kinds of plastic things always look like the scar is sped up. No, just... Oh, wait, hold on. That's not the right way, but maybe I can turn around. Okay, interesting. I do not enjoy turning around with plastic. You saw Elcon playing today? Oh yeah? Was it on stream? There we go. Could Bren stream on a small new Twitch account in a different category? Yes. You can even stream without the category on Twitch. Or you can make your own category, so you're actually impossible to find. Or you could stream on a different platform, you know? Make a random YouTube account. No one's ever gonna find that, right? That's possible. But will they actually do it, you know? Wasn't on stream for Elcon? Okay, gotcha. Good to know, though. Maybe we'll still stream today. There's no such thing as good or bad luck in Trackmania since it's deterministic. I get that you're joking. I do think people often don't like understand the difference between like randomness and luck though. But I know that you're just joking, I know. But you know, like there's something between like randomness and luck where, you know, randomness can be something that's like absolutely beyond your control, and luck can be something where in theory things are in your control, but it is just too precise to do everything correctly. That's often what luck means in a game like this, right? So for example, let's say that there's a map like a khaki map. Sure, if you do the right inputs on the right frames every single time, you will finish it every single time because the game is deterministic. But you can't do that because you're human. So you require a little bit of luck to get the, you know, hundredths of seconds going your way. You don't press left on 2.02 seconds, but you press it on 2.03. That kind of luck. Lars says that this ice slide is inconsistent. Honestly, it feels okay to me, but I think you can probably slide out from it by having like a really weird sort of entry as well. It might not be like 100% if you have like a reasonable line still. Honestly, I don't think it's that bad though. Feels okay to me. One thing that the top players might do differently though is they might be kind of like speedrunning these early parts because, you know, you're tired of doing this every single time. So you might be going a little bit faster. And then, you know, when you go fast, you feel like, oh, this is not working like every time. Even though I know what to do, it might be that you need to be very patient with it still for it to work like fairly consciously. Did the top 3 take a break? No. Yeah, what Zero said. So basically, every one of them has PB'd in the last 24 hours. But only Lars has streamed it, so it's a bit weird right now. A little bit strange. Hi Clips, hello Liam. Cool. Favorite villain, huh? I'll take it. Going good, Clips, what about you? I'm playing, yes. I feel like out of all the players, Lars is still sounding like the most, like, relaxed in a sense. Like, you know, Lars failed on floor 16 before on the part after wheel hang. So Lars did get the wheel hang done, and the next jump as well. And, you know, Lars failed this part, but instead of saying, you know, like, getting frustrated, Lars was kind of like, oh yeah, it was like too little speed, like, I could have, I suppose, dropped down onto this pool, and, you know, like, it was a good run. You know, saying things like this. So it feels like Lars is still, like, kind of relaxed, in a sense. And I mean, I don't think the others are, like, raging all the time anyway. But to me, like, the mentality seems strongest for Lars right now, in these last few days. Seems to be the least frustrated. Just anecdotally, you know. Do we have any idea how Hazard feels? Hazard has been writing things in the chat about, like, whether there's, like, a point to grind this map and, you know, about plastic and such. So I feel like Hazard has had a couple rough days where Hazard wasn't able to get through the final ice slide on floor 15. But now that he's made it, I feel like it could be a little bit better sort of mindset. Making progress after like a mental block like that is always like a huge sort of break mentally. Lars said that the virtual video gave him more motivation to continue the grind. Oh, interesting. I wonder how, actually. Did Hazard get that plastic wall bounce? The practice one, yes. The dirt wall, yes. The practice. No one has been to the real one. Do all the players... are all the players aware they need to stream the run and not just record it? Yes, they are 100% aware. There's no way they aren't. He said because now he feels it's a really big achievement. I mean, I guess it is, yeah. It is kind of like interesting. But yeah, it sort of like validates the challenge that one of the people who has grinded these kinds of things a lot, right? Virtual has done similar challenges a lot. And Virtual, you know, didn't manage to complete the event, right? So in that sense, yeah, maybe it validates the achievement even more. What about Elcon? Elcon has apparently played today. But... oh, that's too early. Oh, okay, nice. It was too early, but I got lucky. Yeah, Elko didn't stream today. This next jump will be PB, by the way. If I land it. Tried this twice now. Oh? Ah, close. That's such a difficult section. Any ice turtling? Okay, probably not. I've been pretty close all the time. Yeah, Virtual is known for the dedication to grind, yeah. So, that kind of does show how brutal it is. And like, again, Virtual's reasoning for not going through with it is completely understandable. Yo, Arizel. Have you seen the new Finnish Trackmania campaign? Sorry, Tato. You would find out some way, Tato. The Finnish Trackmania community made a new campaign. The reason why Tato doesn't want me telling Arizel is because Arizel won the previous one. Got a lot of really good wall records. Hazard is still playing, has been playing offline a little bit, like off stream yesterday, for example. Got a new PB yesterday too. I like to cosplay the Finnish people. I made a really bad NASCAR map, which is not NASCAR at all. If you want to see it. Like, it's actually... yeah. It's kind of bad. I don't know. It was kind of fun to take mapping less seriously for once. But I could have... if I had a bit more time, I could have probably fixed it. I actually have a good NASCAR map, Arizal. If you haven't... did you see the Dexter NASCAR campaign? Oops, action key. I actually built like a really good map for that one. Whoops. Let me show you. There's 3 versions of this. Here's the multi-lap version. This one I'm very happy with. I don't think the leaderboard run is particularly good, but you know. So this is kind of like sort of NASCAR style. My style, I guess, is a little bit different. from the old school NASCAR style. Basically what it means is that you have like 400 to 600 speed, and you release acceleration on turns, for the reason that drifting at these high speeds becomes increasingly like less controllable. So releasing ends up being a little bit faster. I'm really happy with this map, actually. Yeah, that one was for the previous FTC, the red one. This one is very similar to that, but I think even a little bit more polished. Hi, big dude. Yeah, not many people played this 2-lap version. Then there was also a 1-lap version, like the short version actually, not really a 1-lap. This record you have, Phil. I kinda grinded this AT, Arizal, if you wanna beat it. It's a pretty good run. It's good, Epic Dude, how are you? Super Edition. No, yeah, the NASCAR style in Trackmania, what it actually... Okay, I can show like an old school NASCAR map, shouldn't be too hard to find, honestly. For reference. So, you know, this is different. Different building style. Yeah, I don't know what the wet wheels... no, the wet wheels is because the GPS is on the water. But this one's kinda fun. I almost like this version more than the multilap. And then here's my new one. This is different again. Good time from Tata though. Yeah, I don't know what this is or why people like it. It's kinda dank. Especially this part. Consistent. I don't really know what I was thinking with this map. It's like a playable map. It was fun to build. It was fun to build at least. But yeah, like if we look at some old school map. Old tracks. These might or might not be... let me check if I can... Easy NASCAR? Oh yeah, these should do. Like, you know, something like this. This would be like more old school. GPS means what you think it means. Have a good evening, Mr. Tom. So it's a very sort of different kind of a style, where you have much less transitions and you usually have like a multi-lap aspect. And a lot of the time it's like more grounded. There's, you know, no the sausage blocks or like super banked turns or things like this. A lot of the time these auto slides as well. So like old school NASCAR is very different from what I build. I don't really I rarely play my maps to be exactly the same style. Try to avoid it. But yeah, what GPS stands for is basically like just a way to show the map, right? So it's usually a ghost that drives through the map so you can see the lines. But yeah, this is more like old school. It's a different style, you know? But I like building the other stuff. Why do you and other players switch to first-person view when in loops? Because otherwise the camera doesn't keep up, and you will not be able to see where you're going. Even with the camera 2 kind of lags behind a little bit, so you will get vision later, and you will not like have like the same amount of vision during the loop either. A lot of the most maps also force it. So usually when you have a loop or a wall ride, the sort of normal way to build those is to add an automatic camera change. On this map, we don't have any camera changes, so, you know, you as a player are responsible for changing them. You know, I could switch to first-person camera here if I wanted to. And there will be some camera changes that I do. Come on. How much DD2 have you played so far? I've played this is my second day now. So not for very long. You did the ice slide, let's go! Energy. And now that you've done it once, you can surely do it again as well. That's awesome. Yeah, no problem. Glad it helped. Yesterday I got to the quarter pipe jump at the end of floor 2. I'm trying to get there again. I already did get there just a moment ago, but I'm still jumping a bit too high there. Caster, coach, and more. A lot of what I do here is about, especially like mapping coaching. I think last year we did like 800 map requests. Usually on Saturdays. Oh god. Thank you, Astral. I'll need it. Struggling a little bit with quarter pipe jumps. Did I miss any good floor 16 runs today? Yes, but it's okay because everyone else did too. We did get one screenshot from Bren. Oh god, how does that happen? Come on. Okay, I'll just climb back. Quarter pipe jump here. This one. Here. Where's the screenshot? It's on Discord. But the screenshot, I can tell you what it is. It is basically just this. It is this angle. Here's the car. So there it is. That's the screenshot basically. And this is after the practice wall ride after these plastic jumps. We'll see 6%. So it's press forward. Yeah, Lars did show the inputs for the wheel hang exit. So it's press forward and left. And you release forward as you exit the wall, basically. So you PF and press left. And you don't need to PF in the air. Stealth grind is very impressive, yeah. Floor 16, probably the hardest floor, yes. It was voted as the hardest floor by the mappers. That's why it's the last one as well. Why don't they all agree to play on the server? Yeah, I mean... because they don't need to, I guess. Yeah, I could do that climb, but I don't want to. I don't want to. I would fail it. It's possible to climb like that, but it's painful. You need to kind of slide from side to side. Did the DD2 makers anticipate that it would be this mentally challenging for even the most experienced players? I am not sure. I feel like they did expect it to be a very tough challenge. You know, like Deep Deep 1 was already kinda rough. As a challenge, even though it was a lot shorter, right? So I feel like they understood what they were working on. I feel like they maybe didn't anticipate so many like inconsistencies, like weird landing bugs and things like this. That's probably what they didn't expect to happen. Yeah, like, at this point you just don't want to deal with, like, server disadvantages, like lag spikes or disconnects or whatever. That was not the line. How does it feel after playing... how does it feel playing after watching for so long? Honestly... it kind of still feels very fresh, in a sense. Even though I know all the strategies, it's still like actually having to do the inputs is a whole new thing. I do feel like I benefited from watching all kinds of like mistakes and what can go wrong and how much speed you might need for certain sections and such. Does it make you appreciate the difficulty more? I feel like I already appreciated the difficulty enough because I've played the game enough to kind of see a trick and understand how difficult it is. In fact, I felt that a lot of the floor 2 sections were easier than I thought they would be for me. But maybe that's a case of me underestimating myself a little bit. Like the turtling on floor 2, I failed like 1 time so far. So like that, I thought I would struggle much more with some specific things. The spiral design and a lot of big falls without safe ways, that's probably like a pretty big deal, yeah. Definitely like one of the top 3 things that makes this challenge so difficult. Number 4 is Elcon. Not quite on floor 16 yet. Okay, whoops, that was a bit aggressive. But it worked. Oh. I'll donate €5 if you finish the map before you end the stream. Thanks, Gus. I'll try my best. Why don't you just do practice floors? I kind of want to get the same experience as the players had in the very beginning. I feel like it's interesting to try to learn it in the same sort of format. Of course, I did play like Shallow Dip, so it's a little bit different, but... Is there any trick or tricks that you first saw as a mapper as no big deal that turned out to be rather challenging for the players? I'm not really sure. I feel like maybe the Floor 7 Turbo Tunnel is like a much bigger issue than I thought it would be. That might be one, actually. That one is pretty brutal. Has ended so many runs. Oh, one of the three things which makes it so difficult and number 4 is Elcon. Yeah, no, okay. I thought it was about the leaderboard. The top 3 things that make the map this difficult. Probably the super punishing falls, for one. Oh, damn. Here. Oh, whoops. Okay, well. Not gonna happen on this run. I thought I did it right. Okay, whatever. Let's go back. Then also the... like, landing bugs and... you know, just weird stuff happening. That's probably also why the map is so difficult. And then I think in general, like lack of recoveries within some floors. Hazard is playing offline? Okay, interesting. Well, I guess we might get a new PowerPoint presentation. So not only the fact that it's built like in a spiral, and oftentimes if you fall through a floor, you will fall very far, which is true, but also the lack of recoveries within floors, like especially floor 11 is pretty brutal. Like you fail something on floor 11, it's like there's no way you can try it again. You always need to go back to floor 10. Apart from, like, the very ending. I don't know what I'm doing. Landing bugs and slowdowns are really punishing at the end. Yeah, even though they don't maybe happen like on every single run, it's mainly that like it's something so beyond your control a lot of the time. And it's like really difficult to react to as well, most of the time. Because it happens so quickly. I think there could be some like interesting concepts that are not necessarily like tower builds. For example, like a big uphill and you kind of build the floors like separately, so that you have like a downhill, and at the top there's the finish, at the bottom there's the start line, and then you have the floors built as like a staircase. That could also be like a design that could be a little bit less punishing when you fall down. So, you know, you make like an ice downhill, and then you have like a staircase formation of the floors, if that makes sense. Something like that could also be like some kind of an idea. This climb is possible, right? I think I already did it once. Here we go. Might be too slow. No, it's fine. Hazard did start the map. Yeah, well, let's see it. Yeah, maybe streaming would be awesome. You're fine. Have fun. What game are you waiting for on the Summer Game Fest? I don't know anything at all. What games are even coming? I don't think I could name a single game that's like coming this year. Is GTA 6 coming this year, or was it next year? Next year, okay. See, I didn't even get that one right. FIFA 25? Oh yeah, that's cheating, you know, there's always a new FIFA game. Although, is there? Is it called FIFA anymore? Wasn't there like a whole thing about the games not being called FIFA anymore? Or something like that. FC 2025, yeah, that's what I thought. So that one's not even right. I feel like sports games are kind of cheating because you can kind of count on them coming out every year. Hi, Jallet. Trackmania 2025. No, I'm on full copium and waiting for Shootmania 2025. Path of Exile 2. Interesting. Didn't know that one either. Westmania, that's the one. This is gonna be close. I made it. That was a terrible ice slide. But I felt that it was enough. There's been some rumors about Shootmania for a long time. But I honestly think that Nadio is right now just focusing on Trackmania. It seems like their resources are spread pretty thin anyway. So I wouldn't imagine that there will be a Shootmania too. Oh, whoops. No. Is this so hard? No one, Jallet. But, you know, as you can see on the state of the server, I think, you know, it was a good time for me to start playing. That jump is so impossible. Do pro keyboard players use keyboards or keypads? How many do they get through each year? My keyboards last like, I don't know, 4 years maybe? You just need like a good quality keyboard. No, yeah, I'm pretty sure... Like, there's some pretty weird setups. If Tato is here, Tato can tell you his setup. But I think a lot of players, like, for example, Simo uses, like, full arrow keys, I'm pretty sure. And I think, you know, most players use like arrow keys or WASD. At yours for 11 years, that's fair. I just eventually usually like a couple keys break on mine or become inconsistent. That's what happened. I mean, it doesn't happen very often, right? I think like 4 years is usually what they last for me. I don't think it's too bad. I think there's some old school players who use joystick. I think Virtual tried one out as well, no? Semi-recently. Oh, no. I heard the gear. That's not good. Bren uses joystick? I'm pretty sure Bren is on controller. Yeah, for the other cars, there's some players who use joystick. And then there's like a bunch of wheel players as well. Nadi and Mada, for example. Wizzy as well. That should work. I think wheel can be kind of fun on certain maps, but probably very physical, let's say, on some maps. I suppose you get used to anything, though. Boss is probably the... There's probably some others with mouse as well, but I would imagine, yeah, it's pretty tedious to set up house gameplay, I think. That might just be boss best mostly. Oh, whoops. There is a lot of plastic on this map, honestly. It's interesting, like, a lot of the time when you have, like, different mappers building for something, even if they don't know what the others are building, which might have been the case here, not for the mapping competition, but, you know, maybe for the other floors at least. I think 6 floors were through the mapping competition and the rest were through the organizers. So I think a lot of the time for Kaki, for example, which gets like hundreds of map submissions, there's like a very clear meta. Like a lot of mappers are building the same things, and the meta changes like every year. So every time people are thinking like, oh, I bet no one's building a, you know, magnet flight map, and then everyone's thinking that, so everyone builds a magnet flight map. I wonder if People thought that, oh, I want, you know, no one's gonna build the plastic bounces, and then everyone built plastic bounces. Could have been what happened. I haven't heard the voice line next to the start. Maybe I'll need to check that out. Well, that's kind of different, Veltas, because that's just the meta, you know? Like, everyone plays it, like, that's all everyone wants to play there, so people will build that as well. I could ask Ian. Yeah, it's fine for me to restream Shmonil. I did ask. Is Shmonil playing? He's gonna bounce. I guess I need to do like the 180 turn. So what was the... I don't think I have the voice lines enabled. Yo, Bato, thank you for the 15. For the tier 3, dude. Thank you very much. Oh, was it this one?
Following a spectacular battle, Bren managed to be the first to conquer Deep Dip on November 23rd, 2022, in front of a record 10,000 viewers, 6 days after the map released. His time of 47 minutes, 5 seconds, .198 stands to this day as the 9th fastest out of only 11 total finishes. Oh wait, what's that? You don't say. Correction, 12 total finishes. Bren and
Clover.
The others are joined by Clover, scraping in his
Clover.
deep dip finish a mere 44 hours before the storm arrived, proving once and for all that Royal really does serve a purpose.
Nice. Yeah, Royal has a couple really good players. Clover, super good. And there's also Warl, who is really good, who was playing this map a little bit. Hasn't played that much, I guess. But probably still, like, up here somewhere. Oh, yeah, Warl is actually on floor 10. No, this is still floor 9, actually. But still pretty good. Top 23. And there's probably some others too that I don't know play a lot of Royal. But yeah, since then... Oh, Dem is also a Royal player, gotcha. Since then, you know, Royal was kinda... destroyed. Half a year ago. Monil on floor 12? Oh, cool. We can check that out if it gets to 13. Oh, the ball also has the voice line. Okay. Thought I was already there. Why make the short jump when you can make easier long jump? The short jump is more satisfying. And it's a bit faster.
Following a After months of grinding
Oh, it's the
tower,
Have. Yeah.
Have finally managed to secure the Deep Dip world record on October 7th, 2023, 11 months after release. His time was 19 minutes, 15 seconds, .072, making him the only player to dip under 20 minutes. As of now, this incredible record remains unbeaten.
It does. Yeah, the Bren and Have also have their names on floor 15. I think a lot of people know, but in case someone hasn't seen it. How many people do you think are gonna finish? I think more than Deeply 1 in time. Yeah, so this spells Bren and Have. Like old-timey phone typing. I don't know, Red. It's weird to me. So I think, from what I heard, the voice lines are AI, but I think they're like spoken by Zertro and then changed to like AI. I'm not sure about it though. AI voice changer, yeah, that's how I understood it. Wait, I already had this on. Okay. Thought I didn't have the plugin. The display plugin on. The Hover Water Guard is pretty crazy, yeah. Oh, that's awesome, Badu. Could be a quick and easy one then. Why am I failing so much on this section? Maybe I should try to take it a little bit more carefully still. I kinda like the line I'm doing, but I'm just doing it bad. Starting too much to the center. You need to straighten the car when you get gear shifts. And I'm doing it, but I sacrificed the line while doing it. You get a speed loss if you're drifting while getting a gear shift, and gear shifts always happen at specific speed, so you can kind of get like a muscle memory line for that, but at the same time it's kind of tricky on plastics to do it very consciously. Don't think so, qualifying. I'm only played for 1 day. How's Schmaniel doing? Oh. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna respect this section more, so I get through it. Below floor 12, maybe turtled. Gotcha, okay. Stuck on the first piece after you arrive on floor 12, but doesn't know how to save it. Okay, let's take a quick look. Oh, where is this even? Where? Wait, where is that? I'm lost. So... Oh, here, right? Here. Oh, this looks brutal. What do you do? I've never seen anyone here. No, this is terrible. I think you might drop down here and then try to somehow gather speed and try to drop into the pool, but it's too far. There's no way. Is there anything you can do? I think maybe you take speed from here and you try to drop down into this ring. You will probably land upside down, but then you can hope that it flips back up. You could drop to floor 10 safely. That's possible. Ring checkpoints in many checkpoint version? Sounds good to me. I mean, you know, if you have some... I guess it depends how many checkpoints you have. Can theoretically get to the other side of the ramp. Can you? By like going on the border, I guess? Sounds pretty hard. Let's see. That's not bad. But it's... yeah, this looks... The floor 10 pool seems to be the safest, but it's a bit of a dangerous pool because it's one of the shallow ones. So you're less likely to be able to save on it for sure. I guess the goal is gonna be to land front wheels on this border and then somehow like turn around. For the players on the server who has been overperforming... Hold on. Okay, front wheel. Oh. Needs to get both front wheels up and then turn around somehow. That looks so difficult. It looks doable, but that looks really painful to do as well. Who has been overperforming and who has underperformed based on their progress and time spent so far? I mean, yeah, Sami has been doing super well, for example. I don't really know. I feel like everyone has sort of met their expectations in a sense. Like the people who we assumed would be really strong at this have been really strong at this as well. I don't think really anyone has underperformed. Like, you know, the highest sort of highest amount of hours spent to like reach this floor, for example, that probably is Simo, but that's just because of the skill set that Simo has. I don't actually, I can't recall if Simo has made it to these parts. But yeah, I don't think Simo has underperformed. It's just like Simo is an old school player who struggles more on ice, because that's not really something that Simo plays, right? So you can't really call that like underperforming, when we kind of knew to begin with that Simo would struggle with some sections that are like specific to this game and not the older Trackmania. Oh, bit too far. Oh no. Okay. The plan has to be to like turn around, right? Or I'm not 100% sure what Shmonil. Like, from what I kind of understand, it would be to go here, land on this thing, the front wheels, then turn around, and then drive along the edge over here. No? That kind of seems to be the strategy. But it looks pretty painful from this jump. I was kind of expecting Mara to be like a podium contender, but of course it's about the playtime and everything else too. It's hard to say, like, when you start the event, like, who's actually going to commit to the grind, right? Seeing this in an altered campaign, oh yeah?
Then I...
Oh, from Granadi's stream. So kind of going, like, far on this. Oh, it's a slow-mo as well. What is this map, dude? Oh, you go like this and then you go backwards. Oh, like that. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Okay, that's kind of, yeah, that makes actually a lot more sense than turning around. Yeah. I suppose it's that. So you don't actually need to get the front wheels in, you need to get the left wheels in. Understandable. Oh, well that's the left wheels, but I mean, I don't know, maybe Shmonil is trying to do something else, or trying to like climb onto the border first and then somehow go backwards. I wonder, like, you have to wonder. Of course, floor 11 would be like really tough to do again, but you could drop down to floor 10. Suppose it's, you know, when you know that this is possible to do, I guess it's hard to just like give up on it, right? But yeah, so what makes this pool dangerous is that it's all like downhill and uphill. There's no like flat ground on the pool. So if you drop down from very far, then that could mean that you will also like land with momentum. So I feel like landing somehow sideways, maybe it could be safer, but it looks a bit dangerous because water is pretty slippery too. So if you fall again, then that's GG. That's the end of the run, basically. So maybe it's a bit tough. Any podium contenders playing tonight? Maybe Hazard. We'll see if Hazard goes live. Has started the game at least. We know from the height tracker. But we'll see. Elcon maybe as well. We'll see that as well. Manuel is playing. Manuel is a podium contender, I would say. Currently in a bit of a tough spot though. Hazard launched the map for too many minutes, then quits. Interesting. Okay, there's the front wheel. This looks so painful to have to do. Bren was playing. We have seen a screenshot. Today, Bren posted this. So Bren has made the next section on floor 16, but this is all we get to see of that run. That's it. 2 hour, 12-minute run. Made it past the plastic jumps. Oh, hold on. Shmanil at the same time is actually now on the border. But I guess you need to go like a little bit over it. Like it's not even enough to get the left wheels on it. I think the left wheels need to go off the border on the other side, which is very scary because if you fail this, it's over, right? Yeah, I can show the location in just a second. I don't think you can get enough speed to get the back wheels up first. Just doesn't seem realistic. Okay. It's really tough to climb this block. At least we can assume that the players are not purposely delaying for more subs. Yeah, not yet. Maybe on the final jump. No, I don't think, like... It's probably not gonna happen. Okay, this is scary. But now, front left wheel. Okay, back left wheel. There we go. And then just backwards and... hopefully the light is friendly. Oh, you go forwards over it. Small drift. Oh, nicely done. Oof. That was a close call too. Almost going too high up on the ramp to be able to climb on it. That would have been a disaster if it was a little bit later. So that was good. Good save. What a player. We can check in back with Shmaniel when the run goes to floor 13. But yeah, so the screenshot is from here. From Bren. So here's the practice dirt wall ride, which you might have seen if you've been watching Bren's streams. This is where Bren last got on stream, but now also has made the actual section. So this is just for practice, this wall ride. You're not supposed to go there. That's not where the map continues, but you can use it to practice the next section. So the actual route, you jump over the plastic. Yeah. Hazard tried this also off stream. So we have a clip of it. It's in the WR comment. And Bren has now landed it. and we have the screenshot of that. And then the dirt soup, which Bren said is fine, but I guess didn't manage to do it yet. Seems like I have the server all to myself. Okay, this jump is too hard for me, honestly. At least you can just continue normally if you fail it. Time for a PB. Let's do it. But if he beat the map offline, then it's not counting towards the prize pool. So the competition will go on as if no one has... as if no one finished, you know? Which would be awkward. But yeah, the final run needs to be streamed in its entirety. People would have a leaderboard replay to watch then, yeah. Can you stream a recorded run? I feel like the final run needs to be specifically live streamed. Not, you know, like it's not really live streaming if you're live streaming a recorded run, I guess. Yeah, I heard that Scrappy was also doing offline runs now. Basically, everyone is right now. Most people, anyway. Twitch Manuel still doing streams. We'll see if Elcon also streams. I do have the whole server for myself. Top player on the server. I don't really like that dragon. We're going on holiday after DD2 completes? Nah, probably not. Maybe I'll need to take one day off to, you know, do some life things that I haven't had time to do. But otherwise, yeah, it's probably fine. Oh. But glad if the streams have helped. Terminic. We'll keep doing more stuff in the same sort of idea. My plan is that after the event I'll start building like a 5-minute map. And I want to include like many different styles and specifically make it beginner friendly. I think there's a lot of new players in the game right now and you know, it's always good to have more maps. Okay, I couldn't slow down enough. So I figured I would build something, try to build something beginner friendly. Camera. And also, as I'm building it, and I can include like a dirt section and maybe some ice section and stuff, I can also like explain how they work and stuff, which should be helpful if people are trying to get into the game. Live 5th place at 182 meter. Let's go. I haven't played Still yet. That's gonna be on my list of things to do after this. I still haven't even checked out the desert car. Any plans for a new Time Hunters event? Not at the moment. Could be fun. I feel like after Deep Dip, there's gonna be a severe event burnout. So, you know, maybe eventually. I'd also need to ask Virtual, you know. Get him on board on that. I'm so bad at this somehow. Okay. Come on. Let's get to floor 3. Is it just me, or is there nearly no dirt in DD2? Yeah, I kind of noticed the same thing. Not a lot of, like, dirt-specific things. I was actually kind of thinking, like, what could you do with dirt and grass that hasn't really been done? And I feel like it could be cool to just have, like, some, like, speed checks where you need to do, like, a dirt outside line or something. Could be kind of fun. But it does seem like dirt is mainly used just as like a way to get rid of wet wheels and then to do the icy wheel stuff. Which, like, to be fair, if you want to do like these kinds of tricks, also the wall ride stuff, I guess, with dirt. But yeah, if you want to do these kinds of tricks, then dirt doesn't really have that much to offer. I guess grass doesn't have much either, but, you know. You could still be creative and find some tricks, for sure. Okay, that was terrible. Landed, still. Was really excited to try it. Try still, but I'm on console and apparently it can't load on console. So, having built an endurance map myself, I know that sometimes they just take like forever to load. Oh, it just says this map can't be loaded on this platform. I wonder if it's about the file size, because I know that the map is enormous. The map is 38 megabytes, when most maps are under 7 megabytes. Could I not? Some kind of an action key would be okay on dirt, I feel, as long as it was doable with... some kind of no slide, I mean. As long as it was doable with action keys. But maybe not everyone would agree. Yeah, Deep Deep 2 is under 7 megabytes. It's like 5.7 megabytes, so it could be the file size. I wonder if that's like a more recent issue. Oh. Because we made this endurance map called Thread of Ariadne, which is like 12 megabytes maybe? 13? I don't remember. And I think that works on consoles. At least used to. Hard to say, Apple, but we hope. Dude, can't get the line. Try again. Yeah. Okay. Scrappy 1260 offline. How's Schmaniel? Still on a run? Might too slow? Looks fine. 1233, okay. Yeah, I've seen the car changers. Don't think you can get very far with the snow car at least. Probably not with the rally car either, though it might get a little bit more speed. How am I failing this jump still? Alright, let's try to be a bit more efficient. Double helix tower. There was like this idea that you would have like 2 separate paths on every floor and you could pick which one you want to do. Probably so that they would be like fairly similar difficulty, just different styles. Maybe with different cars as well sometimes. You have the rally car route and stadium car route. Oops. I guess we're waiting for Elcon to also play. Don't know if Elcon is still sick, I guess. Schmanil on 13? Okay, we could check in on that, but I need to get to the next reset point. Okay, I'll speedrun. Whoops. Okay, well that's one way to speedrun. Let me check on Schmanil. Let's check out how this run is going. So getting onto floor 13, we have this wood section here. Which shortcut is Schmanil using? The Elcon cut or the standard one? Standard one will go down left. The Elcon cut goes to the window. Yeah, I already started yesterday, like hell. I think getting to floor 6 eventually would be pretty nice. Schmanil does Elcon cut. Let's see it. A new cut. Hold on. Okay, this is not Elcon cut. That probably wasn't the plan, I'm gonna guess. Just get the flip. But what do you do? Okay, time to scout a little bit. I do not think that was the strategy. But what is? Turtle cut. Probably that I don't think it worked. So you're here and you drop down. Not on the crystals, probably. Surely you can't grip this kind of a wall. This wall looks ridiculous, right? Like, it is the wood surface. Wait, could you drive on this? Could you actually drive on this wall? Like, the idea is ridiculous, but this is wood. This is a new wooden high grip surface. Maybe it's drivable. But I think Trackmania looked like the idea was to go here. And then, so dropping down here. And then, I guess, getting speed from here, going here, and then drifting over the turbo. And then starting from here, jump up. Maybe. But I wonder, actually. That's really interesting. Does this crystal look a little bit suspicious? A little bit flat, you know? And there's a gap over here. So what if you can climb this wall? What if you can actually grip this wall and you can drive over here? What if you can do that? So maybe you could already, like, maybe you could go here and do this, you know, innocent looking, you know, this kind of a thing, and going onto the crystal and jumping onto the wood and then just driving in here. Okay, yeah. Manuel is back. So let's see it again. Let's see the idea. Oh, hit the crystals again. But does land. Okay, so is this idea gonna work? There's a different idea, but let's see. Now, is this jump possible? Oh wait, he's going down? Into the pool? Oh, he thinks it's enough space to actually get over. Oh, I see. Paki, thanks so much for the prime. This is an interesting idea. Yeah, using the pool as like a small ramp here. Or just driving into it. Wet wheels? Oh. Wet wheels are gonna make that so much harder. That is not the greatest landing either. Was a good try. It looks like it works. It looks like it's possible to do. I really wonder though. Can you grip this wall? I'm so tempted. I know that we can't. I would be so tempted to check how this wood grip works. I can't test it. That would be recreating parts of the map. But like going here, then going to the safe routes, onto the crystal here, and then jumping and landing sideways. Immediately after the event is over, I will test it. I will check it. But we can't. We can't do it. Well, there's no practice floor for floor 13. The latest one is floor 10. Is this the same incline though? Could you somehow test it on... Now this doesn't seem tilted as much, I guess. Yeah, we just watched it, Old Gone. Wonder if there would be some part of floor 4 where you could try that out, same way as they've tried like the floor 8 practice floor for the final floor. No, I'm following the rules of the players though. I'm not doing anything that breaks the rules. I don't know. I'm gonna guess that it doesn't work. But I mean, it's more tilted than the floor 4 section. I think it's a little bit more. But like, wood is a pretty silly surface, right? What is the plan about the end of the event? Are the mappers just taking for granted that the map will be finished in a reasonable amount of time? I mean, yeah, and I will also take that bet and say that it's gonna be finished by 3 people in the near future. Like, we have 3 people right now in the middle parts of floor 16. I don't know Arias, and I don't really want to go too deep into it. Also, like, maybe someone would have the balls to test it out on a real run, but it's kind of brutal. Oops. Okay, try again then. It could be that there's like a way to skip almost the entire floor though. At this point it doesn't really matter because floor 13 really isn't like a huge issue anyway. But of course for wall record attempts it's gonna matter. Complexity will tell us eventually. Always going too far. No, Plexity, I think already said that there's gonna be like a reveal stream after the event. Oh, whoops. Massa grinding floor 10 water guard for 5 hours, okay. Getting that ice practice. It's a cool floor, and I think one of the more speedrunnable ones too. Like, you can chain pretty much everything on floor 10. Maybe not the, like, final landing onto the plastic. I'm not really sure. Just before the half pipes, if you can chain that one. Sounds pretty scary with iso wheels. Guess it's possible, but just tricky. You can? Okay. The Schmaniel cut idea, though, looks pretty good. I think another question is, like, how much speed is it gonna be? Because you can't get back to the, like, setup point past the turbo, but red turbos also kind of just give you a lot of speed. Especially when you take a red turbo from 0 speed. I feel like it gives you a bit more speed than if you take it with some initial speed, so I think it's gonna be fine. Oh god. Okay. Hold on. Do I get to the ice directly here? Yeah. It has gotten to this point, Goran. It's pretty fun so far. Except, you know... Well, you know, things like that I could be fine without. There's definitely some landing bugs and such. Okay, is this gonna work? Okay. Oh, nice landing. And I'm sure there's gonna be a safe way here. Oh, there actually is, kinda. I need to turn around somehow. Would it be a good trade-off to use custom blocks in order to get rid of the plastics and forfeit the Nadia servers? I would personally probably do that, yeah. But it depends. Depends what you value. Because, like, hosting the event is gonna be so much harder, and you might have, like, longer loading times and such for the map, so... They're using custom servers for the event anyway, so I guess it wouldn't be, like, a huge deal for the event. Okay, that was close. That should work. Maybe I should try to fall down a bit. Plastic is just... It's so snappy. Okay. Thing is, if I get this wheel up, maybe I should go sideways first. Like... Alright. That works. For now. There's no good camera for this also. Camera will immediately turn. Maybe I go sideways and I just let the car slide down a little bit. It's just so weird to do this otherwise. Okay, that'll do. Then just carefully. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty miserable to do these kind of saves on plastic. At least it worked. Whoops. I dropped the gear. Worked anyway. Okay. I can sort of understand why a lot of players are not really into floor 1. Because eventually you will have to do those kind of weird adjustments and it's really not comfortable. What's your take on the map now that you've played it? Well, I haven't gotten very far. But I will say that, yeah, I actually personally expected to have more trouble with a lot of these early parts. I mean, I do. But at the same time, it's not as much as I thought I would struggle. What did I do here again? It's such a weird thing. Like, am I supposed to bounce from here to the pool? I will say that the save ways here are very strange. I can't even tell what's happening here. I suppose I'm maybe supposed to go over there, but how? Just take speed and maybe go directly into the plastic? Because last time I kind of took a slow line. Maybe I need to chain this somehow. Like, what is this? I don't get it. I don't understand what's supposed to happen. Oh well. Like, is that like just a bait? I really can't tell what's happening. Hazard is live? Okay. That's good. We'll see. I mean, it's possible that Hazard gets pretty far today. Has cracked the code on the floor 15 ice slide, so now just needs to get more runs into floor 16. What is it that's showing your height and falls in PB? It's the Dips++ plugin. It is that. That's the plugin that everyone's basically using. It's on OpenPlanet, which is a plugin manager for Trackmania. If you're on console, you can't use it, but otherwise, as a PC player, you can. Hi, Sunday. I'm good. What about you? Oh. Again. This is a little bit more diagonal than last time, at least. Hazard may be favorite now, apart from Villa, of course. Yeah, I know. Yeah, giving a bit of a head start still by pretending that I'm struggling on these early floors. Okay, hold on. But yeah, it's true. It's true that Hazard, from what we heard from the PowerPoint slideshow yesterday, and also like the couple clips that we've seen, seems to have figured out floor 16 very quickly. So, I mean, time will tell. Dude, what is this line? Just handed in my map for the monthly Sneaky Annie Cup, and I'm a bit proud of how it turned out. Nice, dude. Hope the cup goes well. Oh, released at the wrong time. Okay, the ice slide. I understand why people don't like the ice slide. I don't think the ice slide is... I don't think the reason is the difficulty. I feel like the difficulty is okay. I think it's the fact that it's so tedious to retry. You get a wrong line, then, you know, getting back into the beginning of the ice slide takes longer than retrying most tricks. If you get like a bad setup, you know. I was driving DD2 instead of casting. It's refreshing. Felt like I almost forgot how to play the game, but I still sort of remember the inputs. Just push buttons, yeah. I do kind of wonder how much Bren and Hazard share strats with each other. Maybe now Bren has some tricks for the plastic jumps as well on floor 16. Oops. Great job. Try again. Brent said they only talk occasionally on the public Discord. Okay. Hazard said he got 3 clean practice runs in a row on the dirt wall practice. Was there about 40 minutes? Yeah, that was really the main thing that Hazard was doing on the run last night. We still have yet to have a player actually on the dirt wall trick, so we'll see. But I feel like it can be that after all this practice, even though it's way more complicated with the narrow sections and everything, it could be that someone actually one-shots it. Need to get a little bit lucky, perhaps. But I think it's possible. Hazard Live, yeah, we can tune in. I do have the permission to restream from Hazard. So we can tune into that when the runs gets further. Hey, cheers, HQL. Hope you have a good night. 3 people stuck at the same spot? Not really. Actually, not even 1 person. Or not even 2 people stuck at the same spot. Bren has made the plastic jumps just after the dirt wall practice. Lars, a couple tricks behind. And Hazard has made it only to the dirt wall practice. So Bren top 1, Hazard top 2, and Lars top 3. Yeah, I'll just take it. Surely it's enough. Yeah. The height tracker is kind of weird, yeah. You can't really look at it. Like, until someone gets past the actual dirt wall, which is, you know, one of the last tricks on floor 16, there's only like 2 sections after that on the floor. The very beginning of the floor will stay the highest point of it. So basically, the height tracker is almost entirely useless. Until the end of the event now. Okay, that was lucky. Need to go a little bit more to the side. Oh. Oh, no, not the turbo. Of course it needs to be ice. We're back to this bobsleigh that's not recoverable. I don't know. I guess I'll try it again. The weird save. Hope for something else to happen. Maybe I'll ice slide into it this time. I don't understand. What am I looking for here? What is supposed to happen? Has anyone ever done something there? Like, it looks like it's designed to be some kind of a bounce, but I don't understand how it works. Like, harder than any other trick on the floor. And it's a recovery way. Yeah, I'll catch up. No problem. Any moment now. Whoops. Yeah, I never ended up seeing that recovery either. I didn't even know that there was such a thing. Sure, I can get to floor 15 in like half an hour like Branded. Yeah, no worries. I'm just warming up. getting, you know, a little bit of adrenaline going, then I'll do it. You put your mortgage in favor of me winning? No problem, easy bet. I guess you can't win too much, considering I'm the absolute favorite to win. But, you know, it can be a little bit... No, yeah, it's wild that the players are able to, like, just run through these floors. You do build muscle memory for it, and I'm already kind of feeling it getting there. I'm just making those small mistakes that I need to try to get rid of, identify and get rid of them. I'm gonna wait like 2 weeks, man. I honestly do think that at least one player will finish this week. I already kind of, you know, thought about it before. Or I thought that it would happen like in the previous weekend, but you know, I guess floor 16 ended up being very tough. Not only that, but just getting to floor 16 is like tougher than expected. Like, even though floor 15 has been figured out, it's still causing so many runs to end. Imagine if someone has been practicing the map off stream for this whole month. We've kinda like theorized that, but while it would be an insane storyline, where it falls apart is that we just don't have anyone who it could be. Like, really the only player that it could probably be is like Gwen, but we know that Gwen has like some studies, I guess, and Skandir has some studies, so like the players who haven't been pushing that much generally like already have a reason for not doing it, so I'm not really sure who it would be. Maybe it's Bob Parker. Race Hans. I don't know if this is really Race Hans' style. Studying Deep Dip 2, maybe, yeah. That maybe that's what the, you know, the exam is finishing Deep Dip 2. Come on now. It's Mufat. It would be the most insane storyline if Virtual did the Mufat thing again. Especially after the video that he's going to drop out. And then, you know, loads in the Mufat account and finishes the map. Now that would be insane. Straight out of a movie. I do not think it is the case, though. God. Okay, it's fine. I'll just go with 2 wheels here and do the small drift. Was. Two fins on KK9. How is the difficulty this time? Oh god. Oh, worked. Usually the TMNF seasons are pretty hard, right? And I guess with only 50 maps it might be pretty rough. Oh, 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 oh. Fine. This jump is really tricky to land, especially because it's a plastic landing. It's like 50-50 for me. Some very hard maps, but 5 to 10 maps are relatively free. Okay, yeah, it sounds fair. Usually there's like at least 2 or 3 like very easy maps that anyone can do. Usually they're a little bit luck dependent, right? Generally speaking, like in this game, when they have the khaki reloaded seasons, there's usually 75 maps. Well, there's always been 75 maps in this game. And there's like, generally speaking, the final map of the map pack is like a full lottery map. So basically you just need to get lucky. There's actually one really interesting example of that. Oh really? Colosseum. So a little bit more balanced season. I wonder if I still remember this. So there's map 300, which is miserable. So when I say like full luck, I really mean full luck. So this is an example of a khaki map. Let me do one thing real quick, which is fight my ghost. So the idea of the map is that you have forced acceleration in the beginning, which means the car is driving automatically. You drive into the bumpers and you fall down here. And now you don't do anything. You fall down, you hit plastic as we, you know, the surface we love. You just hit these plastic pieces, and then you hope that you fly into this small finish over here. This is the finish. This map is not very interesting, because you're not really playing the game while doing this. You're just waiting for the car to potentially land somewhere. Same as 300 in KK9 this time around, oh yeah. Oh god. But there's one good thing about this map. One good thing, because there's a strategy that people found called a low input strategy. And that, if I can do it, I think you... So how it works is that, if I remember this strat, how you do it, I think, is holding... Was it holding brake and left in the start? Was it brake and left? No, I think just left. Or forward and left. So you start by holding forward and left, and you try to hit this scenery block, and you try to hit it with, I think, so that you get 37 speed, wasn't it? I think 37 speed. So you try to release the turn at the specific time, and then you hit this thing, and if your speed says 37, then you got it. So this is a low input strategy, meaning that you essentially cheese the map that's supposed to be luck dependent with some like replicable combination of inputs. That 35, is that good? Is 35 good? I don't think so. Okay, I'm gonna check the speed on my PB. Yeah, 37. 37 right here. What were the inputs again? Yeah, it's just left. And then you don't press anything. It's forced acceleration, so the car accelerates alone. This was crazy to figure out. This is crazy to figure out. Because this was found like 2 days into the event as well. And this is not even the only strategy that people found. There's another low input strategy, which is a little bit more complicated, that someone found. I actually hope this works in this patch. Did I get the 37 this time? No, it can't. Can't be that. Maybe it doesn't work on this patch. Okay, let me see. Maybe I just don't have the speed. Let's try to get to 37. If I can do that. What would have changed? I don't know. 35? But it... Yeah, I'm not sure. 40... I guess just something in between. 35 again. Let me do this in Cam 2. We can see the speed a little bit clearer. Okay, okay, let me do Cam 1. Seems easier to line up. So the speed is basically depending on where I hit the block. So it's just the confirmation that I did the left press for like the exact right amount of time. It's kind of tricky. I do wonder if I would need to press forward at the same time. It might just not show, I guess, on the... No, I'm pretty sure it's just left. So I think the left wheel needs to hit like there's the double line, roughly there. Oh, it's so difficult. $30. $30. This is khaki because I just explain one thing. Plus 35 again. I'm off by like 1 frame, I guess. There's one more input with this strategy as well, though. For some reason I can't get it. I wonder if there was another input to this. Maybe I'll try with the forward as well, if it does something. It could be that it does do something, even with the forced acceleration. You finished this map second try, Turbo? Do you remember, was it forward and left in the start? I'm getting like 35 speed. So I'm trying to get 37 speed out of this crash. And then the map just works. But like, I don't know. It feels weird. Maybe something has changed. Oh, nice, Turbo. Thank you. I finished this map with this strategy like 10 times, by the way. I don't get it. I'm not able to get it at all. Patch difference? Okay. Right, anyway. So basically you get the 37 speed and then you don't press anything anymore. So you just go forward. And then you wait for the car to bounce all the way through. And then at the very end you will do a small right tap at the specific point. Doesn't really matter, it doesn't need to be that exact, it just needs to be as you do the final bounce. Right before this final drop down. Can't see it on the inputs, interestingly. I think it's no steer, so, you know, just like a small thing. But this was like the strategy that people found. I'm really sad if it doesn't work anymore, because this was such a cool and like fairly easy thing to do. But like, yeah, those kinds of maps you usually have in Kaki. Oh yeah, that's all good, Turbo, but honestly, I kind of felt like it didn't work. Kinda looks like it doesn't work. EB2 is not cleared. Skill issue. Well, if anyone can do. Pressed brake as well. Oh, was it like forward? Oh, okay, hold on, really quick. So was it forward, brake and left? Okay, you can't see any of that. That's good to know. So Oh, yeah, you hold brake all the way through. Oh, that has to be it, right? This has to be it, yes. Okay, you're right, you're right. Okay. Yeah, it's, we can't see it on the inputs. Alright, I should be able to do it. There it is. Alright, there it is. Okay. There we go. So then you just wait for the car to... Wait, but it's not the same outcome. It's not the same. Oh, it's a patch difference after all. I think the setup was correct, right? Nando, you're breaking strats. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I had it right, like it was the right speed, right? Okay. Well, unfortunate for players, fortunate for the mapper, I suppose. I did finish Shallow Dip, yes. No new shortcut tricks on training floors, as far as I know. I guess like even the slightest differences that Nadia might have done in patches can affect that. I did finish it, yeah. I think it has like 1,000 finishers at this point. Crazy. The server is password protected. It's a whitelist server. This is the streamer server with the most top players once upon a time, but now everyone's playing in solo. Or even offline. Scrappy on 14. Got it. Probably still not on stream, right? Just getting some practice, I suppose. Yeah, the floor 1 ice slide is skippable, apparently. I'm still gonna do it though. I like ice slides. It's kind of satisfying to do. And I feel like setting up the PF strat is probably a little bit tedious as well. On floor 10, must have beat the water guard earlier and cut on dirt at the end. Cut on dirt at the end? Do you mean just like not stopping there? Or is there like a shortcut? Whoops, this is terrible. Terrible setup. Try again. Oh, 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 oh. Oh yeah, that's fair, Shulker. At the end of the day, I feel like this kind of a map is always going to be a bit like mappers competing against players in a sense. It's kind of the same with Kaki, where I feel there's a lot of the time this kind of a mappers versus players thing where we're just looking for every map to be finished, in a sense. And you know, some mappers like to maybe troll the players a little bit. Should watch? Okay. I'll check it eventually, yeah. The ISL is kind of tricky, but honestly, you can be too fast on it as well. Oops. So it's not like a very heavy speed check, I think. Kind of is, but it's better if you're not too fast also. Ultimate goal is a map that can't be finished. But you want the players to have a chance, otherwise it's not that interesting, right? Yeah, I'm slowing way too much there. Oh, back to the unrecoverable bobsleigh. Cool. Surely I'm missing something here. It can't just be like you just hope for some 1 in 10 bounce. Maybe backwards? I don't understand. And I can't do much from here, can I? I could try to jump on this beam and then go back here. Such a confusing place. Okay, sure. I mean, not like I have anything to lose. Oh, almost. I can do them all because I'm Finnish. God damn it. Scrappy at 1552. That is floor 14. I'm not sure where exactly. Might be on a PB run though. Don't think Scrappy is doing like a PowerPoint run, so we might only hear about it tomorrow. Seems like everyone is getting good offline runs. Oops, oops, oops. Oh god. The wet wheels. Sure, into the cone. I didn't like that line. Okay, I need to be a little bit more careful still on these floor 1 setups. Yeah, Scrappy was on floor 11, together with, I think, Virtual and, like, Scandier at that point. Took a while to get out of there. Like, Virtual got out of floor 11 faster, and then also made it to, like, floor 13 much faster, but no, Scrappy has been making pretty good progress. I mean, I guess, like, it's still possible that Scrappy ends up on the podium, too. I'm fairly confident that the winner will be one of the 4, though. Elcon, Bren, Lars, Hazard. I don't really see an outcome where one of those players doesn't win. Even more so, I feel like at this point it's becoming more clear that it might be Lars, Bren, or Hazard. But we'll see how quickly Elcon can pick up floor 16, if Elcon is grinding. Didn't I just say I would be more careful? Okay. This one I'm doing a little bit more carefully. A bit of a wider line seems to be fine. And then, like, full spin. Fine. Okay. Should be okay. That should be enough speed. I'm not sure, Ezekiel, how the Deep Dip 1 floors compare. I think one thing that's hard to, like, makes it harder to compare those two is that a lot about this challenge, Deep Dip 2, is about the recoveries. And that is purely just the layout of the map. It's kind of like the spiral formation with the, you know, big hole in the middle as well. So you don't really have that on Deep Dip 1. A lot of the time, mistakes are much more recoverable, so just that kind of makes it really difficult to compare the two. Because it's not really the individual difficulty of like floor 7 or floor 11 or floor 15 or 16, which is high, but it's also just the fact that you can't afford to make a single mistake. Because on floor 11 you make a mistake, you fall all the way down pretty much every single time. So that's what complicates the comparison a lot. Oh. What? Okay. At what point are we gonna see more streaming again? Seems like all the top players have gone dark despite being so close to the end. I do think that they are like mainly still streaming. I don't think they're going like offline for good or anything. How's our streaming right now? Elcon has been a bit sick, so hasn't probably even played too much, honestly. Bren, I don't know. Bren has been having a couple like off-stream sessions with like very good floor 16 attempts, so I don't know what that's about. Hazard really only had like one floor 16 offline day. Difficult to say what the reasoning is. I guess it's, you know, just to be able to focus a little bit better when you're not streaming. It's a lot of additional pressure when you know that you're being watched live. So it could be that the players are, you know, finding more success by not doing that. The last two world records have been off stream, so, you know, it's a fair question to ask, though. Bren and Hazard, both. Hazard last night and Bren today. What was the height of Dip 1? I am not sure. I think it was similar height, though. Shmaniel is also streaming, yes. Had a floor 13 idea earlier. Tried a new shortcut, but it didn't work. But it looks promising. I'm really curious if the shortcut idea that I had from that would work. I'm so curious. But I guess we might need to wait until the end of the event to know. Don't know if the players will sacrifice runs to get there. Hello, Duchessi. So my shortcut idea, I'm getting a lot of freezes. I might need to restart the game. My shortcut idea. So I'll tell the Shmaniel one first. So going to this normal shortcut point, it seems like this is the crossroads. This is the crossroads. So Shmaniel tried to land over here, right here, and then take speed from here. Or not even speed, actually. But just dropping down here into the pool. And the idea was to jump from the pool into the platform here. But it didn't quite work. Not really jump, but just kind of climb. So, yeah, Shmaniel dropped down, unfortunately. This seems promising. It would skip the plastic bones. It would skip the halfpipe, upside down plastic halfpipe. It would skip the pool as well, and the wet wheel plastic beam. So this could be kind of interesting. So I kind of had like a similar idea that I don't understand if that would work. This should be possible. The Shmaniel idea seems good. What I was thinking is that you would drop down here on the recovery path. And then you would go on this crystal. And then you would jump onto this wall. And that might seem like a completely ridiculous idea, but let's remember that this is the new wood surface. This is the very high grip surface. And I'm really curious if this angle would be enough to just drive on this wall. So if you landed this sideways and you would stick to the wall, you could just drive here, you could drop here, and you could get the speed for this section as well. So you would get into the wall ride, but you would get a little bit more speed with the downhill. Yeah, like a mountain goat. I don't know, it looks... I'm 50-50 on this. I don't know. Let me restart my game. I'm getting freezes. Oh, I still had Schmonil's stream running in the background. Maybe that was the reason, actually. I feel like Plexity's solution is still completely different, though. It's probably gonna be a complete bonkers route. Actually, can you even get to that point earlier? It might be difficult to land, yeah. Might not be worth it, like, the difficulty might, even if it's worth it, might make it something that the players don't want to go for. It would be like a speedrun strat. So much better. So much better now. No freezes. Okay, big freeze. Oh, what about... Wait, hold on. Could you maybe do this jump and then drop directly from here into the wood part here, drop down to this point, and then take the turbo into this point? That jump might be doable with just the turbo. It would kind of take this and jump a bit to the right. There's like a small wall here as well. That would be even a, you know, that would give a lot more too. Well, not a lot more, but a little bit more. Could that be it? So, doing the, I guess, the bobsleigh loop and then landing here. Wait, do you even need to take the bobsleigh loop? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I don't think you can skip the bobsleigh loop with that strat. But you could do the bobsleigh loop, and then from here, you could already drop down. Well, I don't know. Maybe you need more speed here. Actually, though, like, could you maybe climb this wood block to the top? I don't know. It's maybe not too much of a helpful thing. People have been thinking about some, like, the loop strategies where you flip out of it and fly somewhere. I think there were some floor 15 strats. Maybe, like, you know, taking the bobsleigh loop and flying here somehow with some insane line and then bouncing from the plastic up to floor 15. But yeah, if the turbo is enough to get you to this platform, then you would go here, around, and then, you know, this crystal, I'm just gonna say, this specific crystal seems a bit flat to be a coincidence. And I think the gap here seems a bit wide to be a coincidence as well. So to me, everything kind of makes sense here. Landing here, and then landing sideways here, but getting grip on this wall will still be like a nightmare. So maybe it doesn't work after all. It's hard to say. It might be a completely ridiculous idea, but it's kind of interesting to theorycraft. I guess, you know, now I've at least said it out loud, so we'll see what Plexity's solution is. can't even make this jump. Okay, alright, let's try again. It's better. Maybe you don't need full grip, but you would still need to land, like, even more stable if that was the case, right? Any cheaters in DD2 so far? There's been some, like, leaderboard times that are not, like, actual runs, but we don't really know much about those. Not really, like, players, but some random names popping on the leaderboard. Not in a while, though. The Bob Parker thing was basically, in like the first week, some guy, who knows who, not like a known player or anything, just appeared on the leaderboard in the top 1 spot, on like floor 12 or something. And it wasn't a real run. The run data was basically only showing like 2 heights, so it wasn't like a run that was done. It was pretty quickly removed. And now Bob Parker is a bit of a meme. Yeah, I really like the floor 13 pathfinding challenge. Just before it twists. Yeah, I failed it 3 or 4 times now, the quarter pipe jump. What even happened there? Did I not get the gear? Looked weird, I agree. Is it just me, Twist, you know? Am I helping myself by keeping the right press instead of straightening out? Because my intuition tells me that it's faster if I keep the inputs instead of releasing and counter steering. Even if it lands sideways. Like, it works really well. I'm not sure if it... yeah. It makes sense, right? Like, it's weird to want to turn like this. Yeah, exactly, Twist, yeah. Yo, Sleepy. Thank you for the 4-month prime. Thanks for commentary this past month. No problem. My pleasure. Thought you watched this 5,000 times. I did, but I haven't actually seen many people do the sideways landing on purpose. But it just kind of makes sense to me. Dude, what is happening? Alright, I'll take it. Hi, Sam. Okay, now this jump. I've been kind of having weird speed for this. That looks good. Too early. I don't know why this exit is so easy. I'm failing it like every time, but I'm still getting it. I'm not doing at all what I want to do, but it somehow works. That was close. Was a good line though. I'm doing this. I'm tryharding. It's a cool trick. It's a cool trick to check if you have a straight line. This camera 3 into camera 7 straight line. Please land. I have a bad feeling. What? Okay, I'm actually cheating. What? What was that? Hey guys, it's me, Bob Parker. Hey, thank you, Oli. Glad you enjoyed. Alright, let's see then. Good. And then... Oh, still too high. Every time. A little bit too high. Okay, well, I'll take this. They should add it to a Kaki map. It would be pretty difficult to force, I think. Best NASCAR map you ever played? I feel like it's probably my worst one so far. Rewatched the slide out and doesn't make any sense to me. My guess is you got backwards gear. Yeah, okay. I guess the ice slide might be pretty weird after all, guys. This will work. Is it enough? Very sideways line. Like, I knew it was enough speed, but it's a bit too sideways. I can't see... Oh, okay. Camera moment. Alright. Let's try again. You have 4 maps in the Kaki season out of 50. Like, almost 10% of the maps are yours. Not enough speed. We're getting floor 3 today for sure. Also, by the way, if Hazard is getting some runs going, feel free to let me know. Or Shmaniel, if Shmaniel is still streaming. 20% of the Kagi season maps are by Finnish mappers. Wow. I feel like we should retry what we tried 2 years ago in Kaki Reloaded and try to actually get a Finnish block in the map pack. Like, you know, 10 maps in a row from Finnish builders. Floor 11 and 12, okay, promising. Yeah, we need to coordinate this better this time. Everyone's gonna build banger maps that get the numbers that we chose. Yeah, so how Kaki works, so there's a like map submission process where anyone can send in maps. There's a couple of rules about, like, you know, the maps having to be finishable within 3 minutes and stuff like that. So one part of the process is that every khaki map is assigned a number. So for example, in the last season, the numbers were from 226 and to 300. So you could pick a number between those two, and if your map was the best map with the selected number, you would get that number. And if your map was good enough to get into the map pack, but wasn't the best map with the number that you selected, then you would need to be you would be asked to change the number. For example, if you chose 252 and you sent your map... Oh no, not the plastic. Okay, terrible. So you chose 252 and you sent in your map as khaki reloaded 252. If your map was the best 252 submitted, you would get that number. And if your map was good, but there was a better 252, then someone else would get the 252 and you would be asked to change the number. So it would be like actually a really good achievement to get like a finish block where everyone's building maps in a row. You know, like 310, 311, 312, and so on. And then all of those were good enough to take the number that they originally wanted. That'd be fun. There's some numbers that are obviously very wanted, like 369 will be in the next season, and there's probably gonna be a bunch for that. Needs to be a pretty good map to get that number. I usually go for like a combination of 5 and 8. I sort of did it by accident by sending 58 in the first season, or getting 58, I don't remember. And then 85 on the next season, and then I noticed like, okay, those are actually the same numbers. So then I sent in 185 the next time, and 285 the next time. So I guess I'm going for 358 now. With one map at least. Yeah, I don't know, Vito, if you know any stats about like the most popular numbers from the previous season. Didn't make any this season. I only built for this game. So, no. But I did build a map for each one of the seasons in this game. And I'll be building for November again when the next Keki Reloaded starts. Yeah, I now have I actually never uploaded it after all. We could just resend it. Or maybe we're gonna build even a better map this time. Oh, this is very close. Okay, made it. Maybe we'll just build another one, Hefam. Yeah, that was it. No, it wasn't... to be fair, only kidding. It wasn't Virtual's fault. Like, Virtual's map was selected instead of my and Heva's duo map. But what they said at one point is that they wouldn't have taken our map anyway because it was like too similar to the style of many other maps. So it wasn't really like... It wasn't like a 1 versus 1. It was more like Virtual's map fit the map pack and our map didn't, basically. I feel like the overall map was kind of cool as well. Very sort of different from other maps. 15 official Kaki maps and all of them have an 8 in the number. Oh yeah? God damn. Pretty solid. Well now, Hazard, or... This feels I tried to somehow backslide the landing. Was a little bit too much. Too much to the left. Floor 9. Why are you sorry? Oh. Oh, it was your fault? How? We're not gonna get it this season yet, but there's one big Kaki map that I bet will be, or I hope will be one of the greatest Kaki maps of all time. It's gonna be next year, in about 1.5 years, and it will be Kaki Reloaded 420. There's a lot of pressure for that map. This time the numbers will be from 301 to 375. It's a 157 remake. Come on. What? How did I ice spin? Oh my god, I'm so bad. How do I do these ice turnaround slowdowns? That is so weird. Maybe I just did ice spin inputs from somewhere deep in my muscle memory. You're not allowed to go for 420? Really? Why? Because of lore? Oh. 4 times 2 though. Three, 2, 1, yeah. Probably a pretty decent one. I don't really know if there's any Trackmania meme numbers. Not too many, I guess. Is this so hard? 34, well that's one. I guess 66. But those are long gone, those numbers, you know? $66. You are not this clueless, Twist. Educational Kaki stream? The problem with that is that whenever you go into a Kaki map, it's going to be like basically just, oh yeah, I don't know what's happening here. I've never seen this glitch before. And then you go into the next map and it's gonna be the same thing. I can't even explain my own Kaki maps, let alone someone else's. At least this map is like semi-rational, right? You can like say like, okay, we need to get the second gear before the ice slide. In Kaki it's like, okay, I guess I just smash into this wall and something will eventually happen. Rip, please. Okay. That was a very tiny release at the worst possible point. How do you even come up with an idea for a Kaki map? You play around in the editor for about 15 hours. Actually, I can show you. I probably have something here. So, you know, you have your replay folder, and then you have like a replay that's named question mark, question mark, question mark, or something. Probably here. Um, I do have some, like, what is turtle khaki idea? This is Twist's map, isn't not... What is this one? What am I looking at? Okay, hold on. It's probably somewhere a little bit later. That's the idea? Okay, sure. Yeah, all right. These are the kind of khaki ideas that you get, yeah. Alright, sure. No, there's some actually doable ones eventually when you play the map enough. Play the game enough, you know. Okay, surely I have some weird one. Come on. There has to be like one replay that I can show as an example. Plastic physics. Is this one good? This has to be good, right? How long is this read? Suppose it's at the end here somewhere. Maybe not a khaki idea, but... What is this game sometimes? That's not even plastic. That's not even plastic. Okay. Anyway, huh. Okay, huh has to be a khaki idea. Alright, this is the last one. This is a full speed map. Okay, respawning. Oh, it's a magnet or something. Is that a magnet? Looks like a magnet. Okay, that's pretty weird. If it's not a magnet, I have no idea what's going on. Okay, this is pretty weird. What? Let me remove the camera. It doesn't look like magnets. Okay, let's slow it down. This is how khaki ideas are born, yeah? Something happens to you on a full speed map, you have no idea what you're doing, and you somehow built this into a khaki map. What? This is a very good example. I have no idea what I'm looking at. What? I'm trying to come up with some explanation. Some invisible block, maybe? No, this is well before wood grip. This is probably like 2 years old, this replay. I completely forgot about this. Order of the wheels come off the block. It just doesn't really... Like, you know, here the left side wheels are already off the block. So if anything, the car should keep flipping to the left, right? But like somehow this wheel, I guess... What? Nah, this makes no sense at all. Okay, yeah, but this is how it's you know, done. And then, you know, you find it, you don't know what's going on, and then you say like, okay, well, let's spend 50 hours trying to make something out of this. And then, you know, maybe you build a map like this, which is fun and enjoyable for every player. could be that you build this map. Good night, Tifa. This is one of the maps. Maybe one of those ideas that shouldn't have happened. I think the first person to finish that map took about 100, a bit more than 100 hours. Yeah, 5 finishes is actually like surprising. Crazy. One of your Kekiest Keki 9 maps is another stadium bounce. Oh no. Oh god, not a flag bounce. Yeah. Whoops. You are a squirrel? This is news to me. I really like your turbo ceiling on this map, Vero. I'm gonna guess actually that you found the idea, the turbo ceiling idea for Kaki, and then you decided that it was too consistent, and then you put it to this map. That's gonna be my guess. It feels like one of those ideas. Oh, you did actually specifically build it for this. Kinda cool. Booster hang glide on the ceiling? Oh, gotcha. Can you actually stick to the ceiling like indefinitely with the turbo thing, as long as you're in like a slope? Oh. Couldn't find a way to stick for a long time. Yeah, okay. So a very specific trick. It seems to work consistently though. Actually, one question I have for you, Vero. It's kind of turned into a Twitch chat interview. Let me do the ice slide first, or fail it. Did you have any coordination with the other mappers about what they were building? Like, did you kind of know what people's ideas, like rough concepts were before you started building your own floor? Surely this works. Okay, barely. That'll do. We were building simultaneously and had a Discord thread for each floor that we could look at for progress. Okay, gotcha. Makes sense. I was just thinking if you were like trying specifically to build something that other people didn't. Your floor is very unique. I guess it does have a couple plastic bounces. It's a very cool one. I think it's very intimidating. Okay, nice. Oh, break. When you look at it, right? It's scary. Like, you don't know how the turbos are gonna behave exactly. But it makes sense, and it seems very consistent. The whole plastic bones thing is just a replacement for the banger part that was there before that broke from rotating. Oh no. Yeah, so when you rotate maps by 90 degrees, sometimes things break. I've showcased it before during this season, but yeah, basically the game is deterministic often. Oh no. This beam is causing more trouble than help. I don't think I'll wait for this one. Let's go again. Is there anything similar to Kaki in Shootmania? Yes. We did something called Garbago. We had 2 seasons. Shootmania is just like inherently more demanding mechanically. Like, in this game, it's kind of simple to just smash against the wall and do something, but in Shootmania you can't really do that, so you need something more complex. So the seasons ended up being like really difficult. But it was still very fun. Come on. Oh god. That would be awesome, Vero. Oops. It's Wednesday indeed. I guess Hazard's still trying to get the runs going. Yeah, I see Vero. There's actually some Shootmania Kaki lore. Some interesting stuff. There was one map that broke not from rotating the map, but from calculating shadows. And that's kind of like, it's a guess that everyone kind of settled with, because there was nothing else. Absolutely nothing else. I built the map. It was Garbago 18, I think. And it was like a very precise like jump sequence. It was just like 3 jumps on like pixels, basically. There were these custom sword items that had like, you know, the very edge of the sword you would need to jump on. And it wasn't too hard. I think I took like 15 minutes to validate it. It was like a less than 10-second map. Just like 2 or 3 jumps on those swords, like pixel jumps. It was kind of a silly, pretty boring map, honestly, but it was like playable. And kind of like an idea that we didn't have before. And it worked fine. Like, I finished it on stream. People saw that it happened. I was fine. Pretty sure I saved a replay as well. But then when the competition happened, no one could finish that map. People tried. It's really just 3 jumps, the whole map. We're talking about Shootmania. Don't worry, no one finished DD2. So, the competition is on a server, and no one was able to finish the map at all. There was one player in particular who ended up winning the whole thing, who spent, I think, like 20 plus hours trying to finish those 3 jumps, and just didn't work. And then at some point we were like, okay, hold on, there's something wrong. Because this map was finished in like, validated in like 15 minutes. So we figured that, okay, this is just a server thing. Servers maybe work a little bit differently than solo play somehow. Which, you know, that would be reasonable. That can maybe happen. So, well, the obvious step then is to load the map in solo and try to play it there. But that wasn't possible either. No one could finish it in solo either. So then we were like, okay, this is an editor issue. So we loaded the validated version, the published version that was validated, and went into the editor. And I tried for hours, and it wasn't possible. It wasn't possible. And then we started thinking like, okay, what changed? And literally the only thing after validation that we did was calculate shadows. That's all. That's everything. So like that's the go-to explanation. There's nothing else. Nothing else that changed. It's kind of wild. Sounds very strange, yeah. Still to this day, no one has finished the map. It's not possible. The main difference is that when it was validated, you could kind of like keep your speed through those 3 jumps. But in the validated version, you lose a lot more speed on the very first jump. Seems like the landing is like less clean somehow, even though it's just like a pixel that you jump off. No, I don't have any other version except the one that was validated. Another explanation could be that literally saving the map broke it somehow. But like, that seems even less likely. Like, how's that a thing? It is a big mystery in Trackmania though. From what we know, the only case of this kind of a thing happening. I mean, it could be something about saving, but I really don't think there would be like... Well, I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah. Sounds a bit like spaghetti if the saving the map changes some of the positions. I don't know, maybe it's still possible. Oh, that's interesting, Vero. All the blocks were there for sure, but maybe something changed about the items. Are you going to do an FTC discovery after Deep Deep? Yes. No, I'm not gonna take a break. Maybe one day. Car, please. Don't be so weak. Okay, I'll take this. Talking about Trackmania map. Kind of like a khaki Trackmania map. Is Trackmania deterministic the same way Trackmania is? I mean, yeah, it should be. It's the same engine. In Trackmania, you don't really have like similar things. You know, it's an FPS game, so you don't really have like press forward maps, for example. There were some press nothing maps that work with like bumpers, like jump pads. They were very simple, but those did work consistently. I believe. Sideways landing feels even more cursed. Okay, what's this gonna do? Honestly, I feel like I'm overdoing the slide. Just alright, why are you saying deep dip 2 is impossible? I did not say that. Talking about the different map. In a different game. I'm tied with Hazard. God damn, I'm pretty good. Doing pretty well. Yeah, we'll keep following Hazard, friends. Manuel as well. Maybe Elcon if Elcon is gonna play today as well. Apparently already played today though. But yeah, if you've missed the current progress, Bren right now at the top has made the plastic jumps in the middle of floor 16. Hazard has gotten also to the practice dirt wall in the middle, and Lars has made it past the wheel hang and one more jump after that. So all three have made personal bests in the last 24 hours. But we only have one run that has actually been streamed. That's from Lars. Hazard posted like a PowerPoint slideshow on the Deep Deep Discord. Also did post like a streamable about the final trick that he failed. Bren only posted a screenshot today of being on the part after the plastic jumps. Oh well, Hazard at least streaming today. Whoops. This should be enough speed, right? All my homies hate floor 1. I think it's okay. I'm still kinda picking up the strats. Don't turtle, don't you dare. Fine. Bren joked about being at the end, oh really? No, yeah, I'm pretty sure Bren is not on the actual dirt wall right yet. But it's hard to say, I guess. Okay, I need to get the gears clean. I don't know why I'm failing that so much. Any weird recoveries here? Nah, I was just too slow. I kind of failed the first gear. So, wall record is... So there's two dirt wall rides, that's the thing. So one is the practice one, which doesn't have the route at all. So here, Bren and Hazard have made this, and they tend to practice this a bunch, because it's for a later part. So now, Hazard has tried these plastic jumps, has failed them, and Bren has landed here. The screenshot is from this point, that's the furthest that we believe Bren has been. And Lars has cleared the wheel hang, landed here, and then failed the jumps here. So fairly close to the dirt as well. But this is just the practice area, there's no route here. You're supposed to jump through the plastic over here. The actual dirt wall ride is here. So you're just practicing the turnaround. with the plastic bones, the same turnaround as you have here. So that is floor 16. So yeah, no one has made it to this point as far as we know. Let me get some water. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, hydration acquired. No, I think this dirt wall ride is probably one of the coolest parts of the map. Unfortunately, it's at the very top, and it's a very difficult part, it seems. Guess we'll see. Maybe someone one-shots it. It's very narrow in the beginning, so you go on the lower part first, and you just try to stay there. You don't want to clip anything. And then there's the turnaround, then you go on the higher part after coming back, and then you flip on top of the water pipe. It is possible to do the narrow parts. You just need to be very careful. For some reason, you can kind of stick to the dirt wall, right? Dirt is a strange surface in this game. The main difference between dirt and grass are these kind of weird tricks like the dirt zoops, the flicks, and the wall ride tricks. It would be pretty surprising for someone to one-shot that. But at the same time, there is the practice area, and I feel like both Brennan and Hazard have probably tried the practice area like... Oh, whoops. God damn it. Probably 50 times each. According to Tato, dirt and grass are the same, and I agree. Well, that's what I'm saying, like, they are very similar, apart from these very specific dirt tricks. I think, technically, there's like very slight grip differences, where, for example, if you do speed slides on grass versus dirt, it's gonna be a very, very tiny angle difference for the perfect speed slide that gains you speed. So you basically overlap the front and back skid marks. and you get like a speed boost. But realistically, it doesn't really matter. You just do like a high overlap and that's it, basically. Any good runs today? Schmanil has been getting to floor 13, but nothing further. I guess Scrappy did get to floor 14 off stream, so we don't know how that went. Oh, good luck, Epic Dude. It's gonna go well. Get some good rest. Can I... Thank you. Oh no, the wheels. 2 of my wheels are in the block. Okay, thank you. That's normal, don't worry about it. It's... Don't worry about it. It happens in this game. Annoying. Basically on very sharp edges, you can clip your wheels into the block. Oh no. Today is a pretty quiet day on the server especially. We do have Hazard playing right now. For some reason, like a lot of people are playing off stream. And I mean, it's kind of understandable. The pressure is probably higher when you're playing in front of people, but it is still, you know, so close to the ending, and we have like Bren and Hazard sending screenshots of their runs. It's kind of funny. Hazard on last run, can't find the focus needed. Gotcha. Well, let's hope it works. Sometimes there's that final run magic. No, yeah, I think, you know, Virtual probably would have loved to also play the event. Like, you know, you do what you need to do, though. Like, I don't think Virtual was happy about that decision, but, like, you need to make the decision, right? All the reasons were completely rational. I mean, sure, Twist. I think the video that Virtual made was pretty good. Good explanations. Okay, hold. Oh yeah, it's an ice turbo as well, yeah, for minimal recoveries. Even being sideways on ice turbos is not gonna work. Schmanil 13, okay. I wanna see this. I wanna see the cut idea. Let's check it. I do have, oh, actually, oh, going for this shortcut. Okay, oh, that's not good. Oh, wood grip, but it's not above the pool. Oh, Schmanil did have that new shortcut idea, and it, like, it looks promising, but this one's gonna go all the way down. Yeah, that's a rough one. Instant jinx? No, come on. Come on. The new shortcut idea looks promising, honestly, but it might be harder. Like, it's faster, I guess. It would skip also this Elcon cut, though. Like, it would not only skip the plastic bones, but also this. all this. So the shortcut idea that Manuel tried was close, but didn't quite get it. 1 second, can't really stop here. Let me get onto the ice. Okay. Well, I had a good lineup, so let me do this part too. One moment. One more jump. Okay. So the shortcut idea is that instead of doing the Elcon shortcut, so what you do is basically you do the, all of this, jump here, around the quarter pipe, then the bobsleigh loop, you land here, jump over here, you do the window, and then the wood part, jumping through here. This is the crossroads. This is where every single shortcut starts. So what you do, normally, what most people do, is jump down here, and then continue here, jump over here, and now you go up, and you do the plastic bounce. After the plastic bounce, you do the half pipes, land upside down here, and bounce all the way to the pool. Then you take the wet wheel pipe or beam, whatever, and then you land this part, and then there's the wall ride. So Elcon shortcut also goes to the wall ride, but it skips a little bit more. So Elcon goes into this window and then goes through here onto the beam and closer to this like sort of intended way. We kind of assume that there's a lot of intentional shortcuts, but I suppose this is the bait way, in a way. So, what Elcon does here is land the left front wheel on top of this. I mean, we just saw Shmanuel try this, but landing the left front wheel on top of this wall here, and then taking the turbos and jumping out of this path with the front wheel still on the wall. So you jump into this pool, and then you do the wet wheel thing. Yeah, these are turbos. Exactly. Yellow turbos. Red turbos are a little bit stronger. Or a lot stronger. So this turbo will give you a lot of speed. Yellow turbos a little bit more than you get by just driving. But the Shmanuel idea was actually that you drop down from here. So you drop down over here, and then from here you go into this pool, and the idea was to climb from this pool onto this platform, and then you could drift over the turbo and go from here with speed. And they have the roulette turbos, Ollie. No one just uses them. But yeah, that is the idea from Shmanuel, and it seems promising. It would skip, the tricky wall ride as well, but yeah, Shmanuel couldn't get this transition from the pool to the platform. I was thinking about yet another thing, which would be that, again, you go to this point, but then you actually go to this recovery path. And then you would go around here. You wouldn't go to the normal recovery path, but you would actually drop down to this crystal here from this gap. And then from here, you would land onto the wooden wall. Because it's a little bit like diagonal, It's a little bit of like an uphill. So if you could jump from here and land sideways, because wood with the new wood physics that were added half a year ago, has like insane grip. I think it could be possible that you can grip this and drive all the way here. There's even kind of a wall. I wonder if you could kind of like go against this wall. I don't really know. But the good news about this strat is that you would actually be able to then climb here. And you know, I guess it's worth to ask, like, why... Is there a reason why this block is here? You know? Is it just a random block, which could be the case? Or is there an actual reason? There could be something else as well. Like, there's so much going on here. Like, you know, this kind of a beam. Could you get onto that somehow? I don't know. It's kind of tough to say. But yeah, is there a specific reason why wood is not used in deep dive? The reason is that the map was built before the physics changes happened. So the physics, the surface wasn't part of the game. There is that one wood section on floor 13 though. Like, just before the shortcut. Heard that Virtual gave up competing for top finish. That is true. We'll probably still get back and finish the map though, after the event. Dude, slow down, please. Okay, at least I'm here. I don't understand these ice slowdowns. Yeah, currently there's only practice floors 0 to 10. But after the event is over, they will release all the remaining ones, and also checkpoint versions. So there's gonna be the version with 1 checkpoint per floor. I think I might try to finish that one. And then there's gonna be a many checkpoints version, with like maybe 5 to 10 checkpoints per floor. I don't like that line. How am I struggling with this? I actually got this pretty nicely the first few times. Maybe I'm overthinking it somehow. That looks decent. Yep. Thanks to DD2 I learned about Trackmania. You and many others. There's so much stuff. Oh. Oops. Apart from this map as well. Okay, okay, I landed, nice. This will do. No! Wait, did I still have icy wheels? Or did I just somehow fail? I actually don't know. Oh well. Oh well, okay, let's just go from here. Refocus. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot happening during the summer. Obviously, Deep Dip is pretty unique. Don't think there's gonna be another one anytime soon. But there's some other cool events and competitions. No, yeah, like, finishing this map during the event is a ridiculous achievement. Being able to go from floor 0 to the top without any kind of extra help in practicing anything, that's a huge achievement. TMNF community trial map. Oof. That sounds tricky. Yeah, it's I do kind of feel like I have the same issues with these sections. Maybe not all of them. Like, you know, I feel like some of the floor 2... Whoops. That was a misclick. Some of the floor 2 parts are actually, like, a lot easier after seeing what can go wrong and what the goal really is. But definitely like these more mechanical sections. Same problems as the players who first got there. Come on now. Do you play other games? Sure. Mainly, I guess Trackmania is one that I play semi-actively, though. That can mean just about anything. Can mean that I don't play the game for 2 months, and then I play it quite a bit for a couple weeks. Mostly Trackmania, though. It's where most of my time goes. Occasionally, even less occasionally than Trackmania, I like to try out some new FPS games as well. Still like to speedrun. There's also TMNF Deep Dip in the works. I hope it doesn't come out until like 2026 or something, because I feel like everyone has severe burnout from this project. Not only the players, but like viewers as well. It would be a mistake to release it even this year, I think. Mainly like speedrun FPS stuff. I don't really actually play multiplayer games. As a viewer, I can confirm, yeah. What about Among Us? I never played that game. I haven't heard a lot about it in a long time. Seasonal Deep Dip. Twice a year. Has Trackmania been on HEDQ? Yes. Virtual has played it there. Even Trackmania has been on Games Done Quick. I've played it there. On Steam it says free, but the reviews are somewhat negative, and so you have to pay in the Ubisoft store. Yeah, so how the game works is that you kind of have like a demo version. You have a demo version of the game that gives you 10 of the 25 current season's campaign maps. And you also get to play ranked game mode and royal game mode. And if you want to play like custom maps, if you want to play all of the community maps and you know, events like this one on servers and track of the day and the rest of the official campaigns, as well as the previous campaigns and everything else, you need to have an annual subscription, which is, depending on your location, $20, 20 euros. I think it's 20 euros for me in Finland. Pretty much right now, Campero, but I do some freelance events organizing. Yes, I've been on GDQ remotely though. They, during COVID, they started doing like remote runs. Felt like that was close. So I was able to get in. Yeah, they used to have the 3-year club access, but they don't sell it anymore. It's a pretty low price, but I think the marketing has definitely gone wrong in calling the game free to play. Because no matter how much the game costs, like, at the end of the day you are getting like a demo version. There's no way around it. The game is not free to play. Not in the same sense as, you know, something like Fortnite is free to play. Or Dota 2. CS2. It is well worth the price. I just wish that they would call it a demo version instead of like a free game, you know? It's just wording. Just wording. And if they change the wording somehow... I understand that Steam has only like so many things you can actually do, and when the subscription is working through Ubisoft Connect, then, you know, that complicates things even further. But if they could just call it something else, that would fix it. How is this so difficult, honestly? I'm trying to focus on the line so much. Planning on submitting something to GDQ? Sure, if I come up with something. I kinda would like to do something new every time. Maybe I'll figure something out. Yeah, the subscription does cause issues for many people, and I kinda get it, like... There's a lot of talk about owning games these days, and just subscribing to the game sounds kinda, you know, not so inviting. To be fair, when you buy the subscription once, you do keep like all the maps that you unlock, for example, so you don't lose anything that you unlock during your subscription, so that kinda helps. Just do Deep Div 2. Might be a bit beyond me. You know what would be cool? When we finish this second endurance map now, it would be cool to like have someone play at GDQ and me being there as a commentator. I have Thread of Ariadne, which is a 20 minutes endurance map, and now we're building Core, which is also a similar length. So it would be a nice like 40-minute showcase with both maps. Get someone else to play it, and then I could kind of like talk about the creation of those maps and stuff. That'd be fun. Oh god. It was a very slight hit. Okay, maybe I need to still like line up super carefully for that. I feel like maybe we'll see Virtual submit Deep Dip to GDQ. Like a checkpoint version, you know? I don't think that's impossible. I think the Awesome Games Done Quick submissions will probably be open at the end of the year or something. Maybe in like October. I'm not really sure. I think the event is like February, January or February. So there's some time to practice. From what I understand, Nadio really doesn't like microtransactions. They prefer this subscription model. I personally would be fine with like cosmetic microtransactions. Like, you know, some cool like wheel smoke customization or something, I don't know. They could even make horns. Something that you can buy. Horns actually aren't even supposed to be customizable. I think it's a bit of a exploit already. No, yeah, I feel like making the car customization monetized, or making like skins microtransactions on their own, like entirely, that would probably be a bad idea. Because the Trackmania community has gotten used to skins being like part of the game, right? We have so many people who make skins, and it would be a bit weird to like remove that feature entirely. But I think they could expand on some things like some animated trigrams or whatever, you know? There could be some new things that they could do that haven't been like yet introduced in the game. I think that would go well. That would probably be fine. Like, you know, just don't replace the things that we already have, just add new things. I struggle with this now. €2.50 for author medal. What about extra megabytes in file size for your map? Yeah, I mean, you know, after a while, like, if they introduced microtransactions and, you know, you would need to buy skins and whatever, like, eventually the community would, of course, get used to it, but I think it would be a bad idea just because the community is very active in making skins, and it's a big part of what the game is for a lot of people. So it just wouldn't go well, like, initially. And it's not like, you know, it's not exactly that Nerio's relationship with the player base couldn't be improved right now after the wood updates and everything else. I feel like they probably would like to keep good relations at this point. Don't. Okay, thank you. I'm scared of the beam. Honestly. More scared of the beam than the turtle itself. Let me take this a little bit more carefully. And line this up somewhat. Okay, maybe this. It works. How often do you typically stream outside of Deep Dip? Like, what type of schedule should we expect after the event? Most days. Like 5 times a week. Generally, like, the locked-in things that I do is that I always stream on Saturdays, and I usually also stream on Wednesdays, and then I stream, like, you know, 3 or 4 days on top of it. Maybe I'll try to, like, standardize the schedule a little bit after this. So it's like specific days. Good work right now. This looks good. Just a left tap and a right tap. Surely it's gonna work. Looks good. Okay, that was scary, but it worked. How do I have inverted steering? Stop. Twice, even. Okay. There we go. It's weird how this jump was so scary to look at in, like, day 1 and day 2. But it just kind of works. Like, you just take, like, a white line, and it's fine. Okay, let's try. Maybe PB. Oh, okay, we got it. Alright, that's already PB. But then the jump through... Hold on. What do I aim for? Just off of here. So kind of like towards the beam over here. Kind of diagonally. That looks good. Maybe a little bit to the right. So from like this point more towards the pool there. Yeah, that was probably the line. Let's see. Oh, I need a bit more speed. Okay. Well, it's the first attempt. Okay, I need to take probably a wider line and then kind of flick to the side. Alright. Well, now I know. Often need like 2 attempts. I started on 13? Okay, we can check in on 14. I have seen the floor 2 record, yeah, it's crazy. Is this the final run still from Hazard? I feel like it's been a while. I mean, you know, Hazard's final run would be like 3 hours, right? Okay, let's just start over. Had a couple of timeouts. Alright. I don't know why this is sometimes so difficult. I guess I'm still kind of failing everything on floor 0 occasionally. Yeah, okay. I need to, I guess, be pretty careful. It's easy to just lack the speed when you land slightly bad. Alright. I will respect the tricks more. Whatever, that fails like half of the time. It should be fine to chain. There we go. The ice there, the bobsleigh, is not really like an ice slide, you just kind of turn sideways. Generally, like, ice slide, to meet the definition of ice slide, you have to have the high revs in the engine. But it's kind of weird sometimes. I was trying to explain ice ST one day and I couldn't. Because I don't really know what it is still. I know technically what it is, like, you know, it's just like instead of a 90-degree angle, you have like a 45-degree angle. And you have low RPM on the engine. But then Twist here, for example, has said to me that it's something else still. That it's like a state. And just having like a diagonal angle is not all that there is to it. I don't know anymore. I don't know if anyone understands ice in this game, honestly. I feel like there's too much weird stuff that happens. Could be wrong though, you think? Well, you know the stuff way better than I do. I would generally recommend though, if you're building ice, I would recommend not to build gear 2 ice in general. Unless you're very confident in what you're doing. I think gear 3 is usually the go-to. It's maybe hard to get 160 speed on a map like this sometimes, but it really ends up being more stable. Yeah, fair enough, Twist. I mean, it kind of makes sense that there would be a bit more to it. I actually realized the air brake there is really important for consistency. right after the roof bones. This will not end well, I think, actually. No, the ice, I don't know if you can recover that. Honestly, on ice, turbos are so strong and the car is so weak. Not the bobsleigh again. Oh, I could maybe try... If I can slide between these trees, I could land here and get to the ice slide. Looks possible. Nice. I don't know why the trees are blue. I guess there's some light somewhere. They're that blue. Hazard on 14? Okay, we can check in. Let's check out. We do have the permission. Let's check in. Hazard, so here's what's happening on the top of the tower. Hazard has made it yesterday off stream to floor 16 for the first time and also equaled the water guard. So did get to the dirt practice wall about halfway through the floor. Bren, again off stream earlier today, was able to get one trick further. So Hazard is now top 2. Lars has improved as well, got past the wheel hang. Oh yeah, we haven't seen Hazard strats at all on floor 16 yet. We'll see if Hazard can get a run going there. I think Hazard did do the ice slide at the end of floor 15 multiple times. So we're gonna check if maybe there's like a level of consistency there now. But first, floor 14 by Viro. Needs to get through this. So far so good. Past the tricky beam landing. Now needs to grip the wall on the left there after a couple more jumps. Get the turbo. If the wheels don't grip, then the turbo is not there. But Hazard gets it. We keep going. Straight line. Apparently this section was redone by Viro after it broke after rotating the floor 90 degrees. So instead of having plastic jumps, we have plastic bounces. Straight line. Car will do a backflip. It's a little bit to the side of the line. That looks pretty good though. So here we go. Backflip. And now counter steering, trying to make sure the car doesn't rotate too much. Nicely done. Thank you, Cap. So then the tricky one. This quarter pipe jump, very similar to floor 8 quarter pipe, with the difference that this one is a harder setup from the side and the jump is also to the side. So one of the toughest parts of this floor, really nice landing. Flipping these back wheels onto the wall helps you kind of like flip onto the platform. You can also land this upside down though, and you can turtle into the wall, flip it back. Possible, but better to land like this. Yeah, good PowerPoints today for sure. Well, lands in, looks good. And now into the ceiling turbos. Very dank trick. Hazard knows what to do, just lines up carefully. So needs to get grip on the ceiling. Just like that, and the turbos, they push you upwards And because there's nowhere else to go, they slide you along the wall, or the block, the ceiling block there, the slope, and you end up in the pool. Landing in, that was a little bit less speed than usual, but worked out, and now we're on floor 15. Kuba's floor. Let's see. Can farm this first jump, and I think we'll redo this, yeah, immediately. Was not looking like the cleanest possible jump. So we go again. So yeah, you can get back here if you don't get a clean landing. Once you commit to the quarter pipe, then you really commit. We'll redo this too. Basically waiting until the car doesn't land on the beam, jumps over it. Like, you can do this even if you land on the beam, but better safe than sorry. No rush. Still 2 hours before this run truly gets going. Landing, looks good. So this time we flip, looks good. There we are. $1,600 meters. So then just a clean line up here. Hazard was the first to clear these jumps. Getting back in here. Now the flip looks great, and into the pool. Nice. Schmaniel also on 14, nice. Here, avoiding the second gear to make sure you don't get a speed loss. Done. And just slightly against the wall here. This one can be a little weird sometimes, but this looks good. Very clean landing. It's actually pretty interesting. Hazard was the first to reach this floor. Only the third to exit floor. Which kind of speaks of the competition. Bren, Hazard, and Lars have been switching the water guards so much this past week. Hazard did get it tight last night, now has lost it again, but we'll see. Maybe this run has something going for it. Now into the dragon. Is it gonna be enough speed? Oh, not quite. Is it gonna land maybe anywhere at all? Oh god. Floor 12? No. I don't get what they're doing wrong. Yeah, sure, floor 7 as well. Classic bounces. I don't really understand. Might be the final run for Hazard today then. Well, Manuel also on floor 14, and we can check that out next. I'm really not sure what they're doing wrong. Yeah, we don't really care about the height anymore. The height will be very misleading for the rest of the event, basically. Maybe, you know, once you clear floor 16, if you don't finish that run, then I suppose then it's gonna be pretty accurate, but... Oh well, Schmaniel. Pretty decent run here. Same parts, the long part with the turbo wall. Very right side entry there, but I think we'll get the grip. Yeah, is it enough? Oh, bounces through. There's a pool below though. So you can get back on the beam. Schmaniel might have done this before as well. There's a beam just behind. Right there. Recoveries on this floor are fine. Much better than floor 15 for sure. Schmaniel is a bit of a dark horse, yeah. We haven't really talked about Schmaniel because Schmaniel has never been to top 3, right? Has been kind of like, you know, was on like top 15 after starting the grind a little bit later than others. Then got to top 10. And now top 5. So like, Schmaniel is doing really nicely. But we'll see. Elcon currently still on the last trick of floor 15. That would be the next player to beat. Hi Norbinarius. Good night, Oli. So this is a pretty fair save as well. Like, you can drop down from the last ramp. Just getting some speed for this first jump. That will work. And then taking it very carefully, which is understandable. You don't want to fail it here. Close to a PB. Yeah, Elcon was the World Record holder when Elcon got to the beam. And now is top 4. Great landing. Hazard finished, gotcha. Well, let's see how Schmaniel does. Back to the turbo this time. Speed looks good. There we are. New PB in terms of height as well. Now that doesn't tell much because these next few parts will be a little bit lower, but still. Hello, Santi. So now seems to know the strat, so safe to assume that it is not the PB. Straight line, turbos, and now counter steering furiously. Oh, just does one, but that's enough. Nicely done. Go into the pool and then the tricky quarter pipe jump. Waiting for the wet wheels first. They are very slow. Gives you a bit of a breather. But yeah, tricky jump. Trying to do the same as what Hazard did. Just steering to the right at the right time. Barely landing. If you land upside down, it's savable. That looks a bit early, but almost works. Oh, it looked pretty promising at the end of it. Ah, no. Again it misses everything. Floor 9. Oh god, no. What am I watching? The map has been brutal these last few days, honestly. It's kind of crazy. It does feel like the map actually hates the players. Oh god. Well, it was a great try from Schmaniel though. That jump was really close. Could have gone either way, honestly. This time it's like that. Good night, Levi. Yeah. Well, at least we're getting some runs to floor 14, floor 15. Suppose, you know, probably gonna be up to Lars and Bren to push them up again in the morning. Bren will probably have a surf this morning and hopefully come back calibrated. Gotcha. Has Bren said if he's gonna still stream? I guess right now, for whatever reason, they are going for these offline sessions as well. No, I didn't mean the surfing stream. I did mean the deep stream. Great landing. I'm guessing rushed back last night when Hazard was flying. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I guess we'll see. Do they have zero confidence they will beat them up during their next section? I mean, that's what it feels like, right? Like, how would you justify it otherwise? Like, if you feel like you're gonna finish any day, then surely you're gonna stream, right? Whoops, also. Are they not streaming some attempts just to get more info? But, like, we are less than 10 tricks from actually finishing the map. Yo, Shmaniol with the raid. Hello. How was your stream? I mean, I kinda know. Because we did check the end of that run. Welcome, welcome. We are here dipping in very shallow waters. I only started playing this map, trying this map yesterday. Session was crazy, but I want to PB so bad. Yeah, it was like... that was the PB jump, right? The very final one. Whoops, whoops, whoops. You were so close as well. It was like 50-50 when it landed. Landed on the platform. Well, we are here trying to reach floor 3, which seems realistic. I'm one jump away. Which for 2 days is not too bad. I've seen pretty much every single strat, but executing them is a little bit different still. It is kind of crazy that we are in this situation where like a lot of players are not streaming their runs, and we have like PBs that are happening, right? But it's yeah, it's so hard to say. Like, we're so close in some sense. Like, it's seriously less than half of floor 16 in terms of like the amount of tricks, right? We've counted like there's 14 tricks on separate sections that you need to clear on floor 16, and out of those 8 have been cleared. So there's really only like 6 sections, and then you're past floor 16. Then there's just the final jump basically. But it's still like, it just seems so brutal to get to floor 16. That seems to be the main issue right now. This will do. Oh. Okay, get lucky. Dirt wall ride seems to be the hardest trick on the entire map. Yeah, that seems reasonable to say. Do you think the problem will specifically be the turnaround? Or do you think the, like, narrow dirt parts are also, like, very difficult? Like, the entry actually seems pretty rough as well. Is the turnaround? Yeah. Final jump might be the hardest trick. I don't think so. I feel like the final jump is not gonna be, like, maxed. They would probably have, like, a practice section for the final jump otherwise. Can't find the inputs or timing to make it consistent. Got it 10 times in 40 minutes. The only thing that I've seen is from Bren's stream, right? Because Bren was doing some attempts there on one of the streams, and it seemed like it was the back wheel bounce. Something about the back wheel, but like what exactly the timing of that will be and the inputs like straight after. Hard to say. At the very least, like, the turnaround is exactly the same, right? The turnaround on the practice section and then on the real thing, they are the same. Like, same height and same bounce. Oh, nice. Okay, let's try this again. So I think wider line. I don't really know where to start from. Like, no, I think I need to take a wider line with more speed. Could I? Can you Neo this? I guess you can. I don't know if it helps. Oh, it's kind of hard to do it too on this kind of a block. I'm gonna try. Oh! There we are. Nice. Floor 3. It's kind of wild how this is already like top 300 on the map. There we go. Actually, right? Out of like how many tens of thousands? Yeah, 275. It's crazy. It's crazy how difficult everything is. Okay, I did beat Shallow Dip, so maybe I have some sense of how to do these things. But it's gonna be kind of tricky still. The wet iso wheel plastic is kind of weird, especially at low speeds. So yeah, we're just gonna try it. There we go. Oh yeah, I still have the audio off. Let's try it. Instead of having training sections on the last floor, it would probably have been nice to have easier or low-risk versions of the same tricks lower on the map. True, yeah. I mean, the dirt wall ride, like, you have it on floor 4, but it's very different, obviously. Because the turnaround is the big difference there. I've actually never seen that turnaround before. This is the first time I'm seeing it. Hazard, actually, I wanted to run something by you. Doesn't have anything to do with anything. But I saw Shmaniel, also if Shmaniel is still here. Am I safe? Okay, let me go in the middle of the pool. I'm paranoid. I'm really wondering, because I saw the Shmaniel shortcut idea on 13. This is absolutely not like something that would be worth to go on runs, I guess. But I was wondering. So what Shmaniel was trying was really interesting, like dropping down from here and instead going to this pool and trying to climb this. This looks possible, but pretty hard, especially with wet wheels. And then you, I guess, would drift across the turbo and stuff. what I was thinking about, what I noticed while watching this, is what if you would instead drop down here? Then you would go around, and you would go on this crystal. And from this crystal, you would jump on the wall. You would just turn sideways, jump on this wall, because it has the new wood grip. I'm wondering if this would be possible. And then you would drive onto this one. There's a platform very conveniently placed here. So you go here, and then you go into this wall ride setup. I wonder if this could be possible. It's probably not something that anyone would do on a run anyway. But maybe... I don't know. It seems like there's so much stuff happening. I wonder if this is too steep. I just can't tell. Because you do have like the infinite grip on the wall. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone has this kind of wood experience. You might bounce off, yeah. Or just, you know, kind of get like an unstable landing and then the car... Yeah, that's probably what you mean. Yeah, there's no practice floor for 13 yet. We need to wait until the end of the event. Well, maybe it's soon. Alright, let's try this then. Okay. Oh, this is not feeling good. Whoops. It is so weird to do low speed stuff. Nice save, thank you. Oh, that's too far to the side. Hey, it's a new PB. It feels so strange. It sounds weird as well, right? Okay, I'll need a few more runs up there, I think. Like, we talk a lot about the fact that the mappers essentially didn't want to use custom ice, so what they did instead is use wet icy wheel plastic. Then you don't need to use custom items, and it's like the same kind of, but at low speeds you do get the like plastic sort of weird wet wheel like speed stuff. It's strange. Yo, Carl, thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it. It is weird. More like Gen 1 ice, you think? Hello, Hiko. It's actually weird how, like, just it sounding different already feels strange. Doesn't sound right. Like the revs are too low. But well, floor 3 reached in 2 days. It's not too bad. Of course, I do have the benefit of knowing the strats. This doesn't feel right. I did notice, especially on floor 2, it helps. Kind of understanding what can go wrong. Where did you find the shreds? I was looking at people. Simple as that. Okay, this is way too much speed, actually. That was too good. Too clean. Does it land on the plastic? Yes? Okay. It'll do. That was actually very clean. I don't, like, it's... I don't know if you can really slow down. Like, I guess you could release, but if you're sideways and you release, then you're gonna get, like, a huge slowdown, right? Yeah, you can't rebuild any parts of the map. No. Not allowed. I feel like, especially on higher floors, it would be nice if every jump was maxed in the sense that you couldn't go too fast. It kind of feels like a bait if you can be, like, too fast for a section. It's kind of... I guess, like, most sections are like that, though. But I feel like, yeah, floor 11 up, it would be fair to the players. That basically everything would be, like, maxed, in a sense. Like, not maxed that so that you can't literally go faster. Come on now. What? What? How is that possible? Did I just do a one-wheel climb? Still need to somehow get this last wheel. Small break? Okay, work. Yeah, don't ask. What? Oh no. Okay, whatever. This is savable as well. That's new. Ideas for Kaki maps? I'll build that for Deep Dip 3. Of course I planned it, yes. I knew that you could save that, yes, with one wheel. If I save the replay now, does my game crash? I'm scared. I'll do it after this run, if I remember. The game does like to crash when you save long replays. Okay, well, I suppose I'll save it now. Don't think you can do much from here, right? How does every route go to this bobsleigh? What can you do from there? Like this one as well seems to be designed so that you can go here, but I just don't understand what you're supposed to do from here. I've tried this weird bounce here to the pool like 4 times and it just doesn't do anything. Is there like something I'm supposed to do here? Okay, I have a bad idea. What if you ice slide and then you flip from this side onto this ice? No, there's no way. Like there's this whole thing here, but I just don't understand what it's meant for. No, it's not gonna be enough speed. I'll land like here. Fine, I can try it, and then we can say that it doesn't work. How do I even accelerate for it? I guess like, okay, that was just about as close as it was gonna be. Doesn't seem like there's much to do there. It could, like, the speed actually looked surprisingly good. But that's pretty hard to do. Save replay, true. No, didn't even crash. Thanks for reminder. You're fine, Twist. You did the water cuts in a run earlier today? Oh yeah? I don't know, it's just, like, every time I tried it like forwards, I tried it sideways, I tried it backwards, and none of it worked, so I have a hard time believing that they would make, like, this kind of a khaki recovery. I mean, maybe it's possible? No, it's all good, I think. Thank you, though. No need to do that extra work. I did try taking it as Bob, yeah. Like, kind of the sideways line, though I think I exited it as Ice Light always. Maybe you just need to take it as bobsleigh. Oh wait, wait. Yeah, you're talking about the floor 13 cut. Yeah, okay, yeah, alright. You're talking about that one. Okay, I completely misunderstood. Yeah, we did look at that, yes. And it was a completely new idea. It looks really good, actually. Did you see what I was thinking? I don't. It might be the dumbest idea. But I was... when I saw you going for this, I actually was wondering if you drop down here and then you went around onto this crystal and then you just jumped on the wall. Because it's, you know, the wood grip. I don't know. We'll see. It might be too steep. I think it's very close though. Yeah, I don't think anyone has ever done stuff like that. So who knows? Hello HP Bifta. I'm good, what about you? Bren did have an off-stream session. And also got the water card. But all we have is a screenshot of it. So we don't really know. Oh, this is a bad angle? Really like this either. Let me just go back. I'm gonna make a screenshot at the top of the finish to confuse people. Good one. Cool to see you try this also. I played a little with my brother on the practice maps, just first floor for now. Has anyone made the dirt wall ride on floor 16? Not the real one. The practice wall ride is the one that people are doing right now. People meaning Hazard and Bren. Lars has not made it quite there yet. Lars has been playing today. I think what Lars has done is adjust the schedule so that it kind of matches Bren's schedule. So, probably gonna be live again in the morning. Elcon also was playing apparently earlier today. Is he doing that for fair play? I don't think so. It could be like a peace of mind kind of thing. Because like every time you end your session, if you know that someone else who is also very far on the map is doing a session while you're sleeping, that might be make you a little bit anxious, right? So maybe it's like a peace of mind thing where you play at the same time as your competitors. And then you're able to kind of like see what they're doing in real time so you can have a little bit less pressure, maybe? I don't know, I'm just guessing. Whoops. the map is definitely slowing down in a sense, Piftau. I mean, it's been slowing down for a pretty long time already. But especially now that we are actually getting to perhaps the hardest trick on the map. Which, to be fair, might be the decisive trick of the map as well. So once someone gets past that, are they just gonna finish the map? That's the question. I feel like not putting any kind of a recovery for the dirt wall ride is kind of brutal. Like, there's actually nothing. And floor 13 looks terrible to land to because of all the crystals. Oh no, bum. How did I have 33 streams in 1 month? What does that make sense? I guess I had some disconnects, like I needed to fix some internet issues. I guess that's it. Thank you, Tomar. That's great. And yeah, I'll still try to answer any questions while playing, if anyone has any. That's kind of a gamble, like how I get the gear at the end. Like, if it happens later, then I will get the angle. But yeah, it seems like weird things can happen here. I don't know, I feel like gear to ice is just often kind of strange. Thanks, Twist. Didn't really help me. Yeah, so the main thing about this is that you get second gear. Right there, you can hear the car gear up. It's automatic at 100 speed. Okay. And then you don't want to drop that gear. So if you're asking, don't be sorry. Can you show the dirt wall ride? Yes, absolutely I can. So here is the practice one. So you get to floor 16, you do half of the floor before, and here's the practice floor, practice wall, right? So the reason why people care about this at all is because it has the same turnaround, same plastic block as this actual wall, right? But it's not the next trick. So you can practice this. Basically what you need to do is kind of like turn in like an upwards diagonal angle, and you need to get the grip on the wall. But then when you get to this side, you need to turn the car around, hit the back wheels onto the plastic, and somehow get the grip again. So you will lose the grip as you hit this plastic, and then you need to like get it again without falling down. So this is what players are practicing. The actual route goes down here, jumping over the plastic over here. Then Bren has been here. We have a screenshot proof. So you take the icy wheels and then you do another dirt flick that we've also seen before on the map. And you try to gain the speed, jump over here. Then you go around these flags on the beam, which, however hard this is, I don't really know. Some are saying that this kind of stuff is not that hard, but I wouldn't know. I don't have any experience. But you somehow like navigate around these flags without falling down, because it's a big fall. And then you get to the actual dirt wall ride. So same setup, same turbo, almost the same position. So you get the same speed. So you go into it, you go into the lower parts, very narrow start, and you try to keep the grip all the way through, and then you have the turnaround. Plastic block, turn around, get the grip again, and now you go to the upper part and you flip out of it like here, land here. That is the section, and then jump into the window, chain some speed, jump, probably land sideways here to slow down after the ice, and then patience test. Jump here, and now the final beam of the floor. Somehow get the right side wheels over here and hope that the left side wheels follow. And this is the end of floor 16. Then pretty casual jumps compared to the previous ones anyway. Patience test here means that there's nothing really to fail. If you land here, then you just take this slow. You know, it's ice, you just go very slow. Make sure you don't fall off of here, and then land here, and then this beam is gonna be a little tricky, probably still. How tricky, hard to say. But yeah, then the plastic, take speed, jump, land here, probably not gonna be too difficult either, compared to the previous floor, and then climb up, and then it's the final jump. So you take speed around the ring, go to the middle, jump up, and you hope that you reach this line. This red line will be the finish line. The quarter pipe will push you a little bit forward as well, which means that you're going to go a little bit like this, which means that if you fail this jump, you will fall like this. So you will be very careful, very patient with this jump. Only the height matters. You don't need to reach any specific point. That's basically the rest of the map. What was that? Hi, Pulse. On floor 0, the vertical jump on blue plastic material. How do you do it consistently? Do you mean this jump, or? Earlier? That jump. What I'm trying to do is essentially like just get enough speed. So what's happening is you jump straight up and then you plastic bounce, and your goal is to reach this platform. So like really what you need to do is you need to make sure you're not going too far on the side of this to get a slowdown, so you try to stay on the actual block and then just press forward on the jump. But what I'm doing now to get like a more consistent line is I'm actually going a little bit on the penalty grass, which does slow you down, but it gives me like a better line to get good speed into the quarter pipe. So I go kind of like here, you can see the skid marks. So go like here and then get the line. I do fail it occasionally still. This feels terrible, I'll try anyway. Oh, it was actually pretty good. And that was a pretty bad ice slide. Oh well. I don't really have a good feel for that. Oh, whoops. For that ice jump. Let's see. Let's see if I can still reach floor 3. Honestly thought I would struggle more with this turtle part here. Anyway. Of course, of course. Never say anything. I guess the line was too far uphill. I'm not sure how to get like a consistent line towards the other side. The other side is so much nicer. I just kind of go to the direction that the car is pointing to. The top players too make everything look so easy. But I do remember still, like, the first few days. It was kind of interesting to follow, like, players really trying to, like, experiment with different strats and try to find the setups. Now no one's doing any setups on these floors anymore. Everyone's just going. But, like, at that point still, it was kind of like you were trying to get, like, specific speed for everything and making sure you made progress. Good night, Bum. The floor 4 quarter pipe. Those were such innocent times. We had no idea what was ahead. Imagine actually thinking that floor 4 would be like a choke point on the map. Okay. Is this somewhere? Oh, there is a ramp. But where does this go? But you just go back to floor 0? Or can you actually get enough speed to, like, land into the pool? Kinda looks like that's what it's meant to be. Okay. Current water guard is section 8 out of 14 on floor 16. Dude, how hard can it be to actually climb this? Ice is so weird, especially at lower speeds. I'll do. Oh. Maybe not then. Okay, fine, it's faster just to respawn. The recovery paths on floor 1 look miserable, honestly. Glad it's floor 1. Yeah, the difficulty of the map really is not only the fact that you need to do everything in one go, but that you need to learn everything in the least efficient way possible. That is really, like, one of the major reasons why this map is taking so long. We can actually see that in practice as well, because people like Sami and Have have been grinding the practice floors quite a bit. So right now there's practice floors from 0 to 10 released. Out of total 16 floors. Or 17 floors, because floor 0 is the thing as well. So Sami basically, like, on the same day as a practice floor is released, also gets through that floor on the full run. And it's looking like really confident on those tricks after practicing them. And it's really impressive. So we can really see like the impact of just being able to practice properly. Too late, I think, Twist. Too late, I think. Unless there's a redo, maybe. Yeah, no. I really like this spectating thing though. That's super cool, that you can spectate in the middle of a run. Is there a date for a release of Deep Dip with checkpoints? It's gonna be when the event is over. So once the third player finishes the map, that's probably the date. All of my friends are not Trackmania fans at all, but are invested into it because of DD2. Like, from a psychological perspective. It's pretty, like... It's probably not that great for the players, honestly, to be talked about that much. In the sense, like, you know, everyone's kind of theorizing, like, oh, why is this player taking, like, a day off and such? But it is kind of fascinating to see the process of clearing a map like this. Like, how much strength it actually takes. It's definitely, like, something that I think events like this are important for gaming history in general, where, like, the best players are trying to clear something that's very difficult, both, like, mentally, mechanically, but also, like, physically. And I'm looking forward to hearing from the players, like, after the event as well, like, how it all was like, because it might be difficult to right now do anything but actually focus on the map, because it's so goddamn hard. I like how hard it is as a viewer and very casual player whose PB is floor 2 on Shallow Dip, but I understand why many players may think it's too hard. Yeah. I still think that, you know, the map is probably giving, like, pretty close to the internet experience, where it's supposed to get to the point... Oh no. Where it is kind of this, like, very frustrating experience where you do need to overcome the feeling of, or the sort of like self-doubt, I guess, is the biggest one, like whether you can finish the map or not. That's sort of like what the original Getting Over It game was about, right? That's literally the name, right? Getting Over It. So in some sense, it's part of the experience. For better or for worse. Virtual will definitely finish the map once all the practice stuff is out. Will Shallow Dip and Deep Dip be for offline play also? They already are. You can find them in the Deep Dip campaign. I guess some people have said something about like loading issues. But yeah, so currently the reason why you can't play on the servers is because these are custom dedicated servers, and I guess for Sony and Microsoft reasons you can't join dedicated servers on console. You can only join the Nadio hosted rooms. So that's why events like Kaki in this game are also inaccessible for console players, because they need those custom servers for the event to work. But the maps are available, or also to be played in solo. You can find them on Trackmania Exchange, trackmania.exchange, track sharing website, or you can find them in the Deep Dip Club, in the Deep Dip campaign, as opposed to the servers. The spin strat seems pretty good here. I understand why so many players are doing it. Not only for style points. Good. It is a super impressive grind. Even reaching like floor 8, honestly, is already a huge achievement. I just got to floor 3. That's my PB. In 2 days. See if I can get there again. Okay, yeah. That is such a hard jump to aim. Water does always flip you, yes. Sometimes you need to do a directional input, so press left or right. But yeah, you will always be able to flip the car in water. Any part of the car touches water will work. I don't know why, but it's kind of nice that they had that kind of an idea. Interestingly, it's only for this car. I don't actually know if the desert car has anything interesting in water or wet wheels. I know that the snow car kind of just falls in the water like a rock. Can't have the driver drown, I suppose. Actually never even looked at the floor name on floor 1. Cold Beginning. That it is. These tricks honestly work pretty nicely. Why do you stream so late at night when most top players are offline? Well, it hasn't been the case. Elcon, Hazard have been live at this time, usually. So, you know. Also, like, during the event, kind of what happened was that Janik was kind of casting the afternoon, the morning and the afternoon, so I felt like, you know, it was redundant to have both at the same time. Was better to archive like the whole sort of situation. So, you know, kind of took the evening shift in a way. Good night, Damaris. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Also, Lars used to play around these hours pretty often. Like, Lars actually used to only start, like, during midnight Europe time sometimes. I guess now Lars's schedule is shifted a little bit, though. Oh. Yeah, no, that's all good. Boom. Ixon hour, yeah. True. Lars ruined my sleep schedule? Nah. This is like pretty usual stream time for me anyway. Sometimes. Maybe not always this late, but I'm used to streaming in the evening anyway. Okay, let's try this. Okay, didn't turtle. I don't know why that didn't land further, actually. I feel like right now Lars is kind of matching Brent's schedule, though. Which I suppose is kind of nice. I'll probably still keep doing, like, later sessions. Just to keep track of others. You know, Shmonil also getting really good runs now. I wonder why people don't do this trick. Like, maybe some people do. I feel like Kaki players know this trick. Basically, like, how you can check if your line is direct is you can switch to camera 3, and then you switch to camera 7, and now you just press forward, and you can see where your car will go very accurately if you just press forward. So I know that I'm gonna go a little bit left from the middle line. This is such a useful trick, and I'm surprised to not see more people use this on these kinds of lineups. Maybe not here, but you know, some other lineups. You wouldn't see them doing this specking on server? Yeah, but I do watch like a bunch of streams too. And I don't generally see people do use this. But I'm sure some people are doing it. This is the messy jump. Let's see. Small left, small right. Oh, I should have just probably full sent it, but easy to say in hindsight. It was a little bit off. Thought using camera tricks was kind of cheating. How? How would it be cheating? I mean, I guess someone might have that standard, but some people might have even the standard of like using camera 7 would be cheating, but it is like encouraged, right? By the mappers. I'm not really sure how, you know, it would be anything different than using like the backwards camera, for example, when like lining up some jumps. Wood grip. Wait, it's snowing in Iceland? What? A little bit? Okay. Can we switch? It's too hot in Finland. I mean, you know, I think we still had snow last month, like early last month. So it's kind of weird here as well, I suppose. You had 20 Celsius last week and snow today. Okay. Classic. It's pretty strange. Been kind of getting towards that. I still remember, like, I think like 5 years ago, there was a midsummer, like at the end of June, which is supposed to be the middle of the summer, I guess. -3 degrees in Finland. In like southern Finland as well. And that is Celsius, right? So it's actually like freezing temperatures. Not really like freezing, but like, you know, water freezes. $35 last week? Ouch. Yeah, I would melt. I'm already melting at like 25. I think a lot of it is, you know, less about not being used to it and more about like how buildings are built also. Because like older buildings in Finland are not built for that kind of heat. They are built to like reserve heat, right? For the cold winters. So that kind of really doesn't help. That was a good exit, actually. I guess a small left up there can help. In South UK here, dark 10 PM, 4 AM, though technically in weeks, then we never pass twilight, as the sun is so low below the horizon for the month. As we pass through the solstice. Yeah, here it's like daylight through the clock, basically. Around the clock. In late June, early July, basically we don't have a night at all. What period of the year would you say it's best to visit Finland? Probably summer, honestly. Summer is really great. Like, you do have the endless nights with basically no darkness at all. But it depends, like, you know, if you want to have, like, the stereotypical, you know, Santa Claus experience, reindeer stuff, then probably go to Lapland in the winter. Probably, like, in December, I would imagine. I'm not actually really sure, but I would imagine, like, that's probably the big season there. Okay, let's try this again. Looks good enough. I'll take it. Doesn't make your sleep schedule a full mess. See, the strat is that your sleep schedule is already a full mess. Then it doesn't matter. But I don't really know. Like, in general, not really. setup where you don't have to turn at all on messy. Oh yeah? I feel like I'm doing okay on it though. Not like a big issue, and I'm only getting better, I feel. Good fits right in. Yeah. Oh, whoops, that's too high. I did like a good release, but yeah, I need to jump lower. I'm always struggling with these. Hold on. Ah, well, okay, still. Come on, car, climb up a little bit. Oh, too steep. It was a little bit early for the flip. Yeah, I'm somehow like pretty bad at like quarter pipe jumps, like quarter pipe flips like this. Hard to like visualize where I need to jump from. But I guess I'll just consciously try to jump lower. Seems to be the solution. Here as well, I'm probably jumping too high often. At which temperature is wearing a t-shirt outside too cold for you Nordic guys? So I've actually seen, I have like a bar nearby on the block. And I've seen them set up the terrace, like the outside terrace, when it's still like snowing outside. So maybe that answers the question. And then people go there with like winter jackets sitting in the snow. A lot of the time you do see people at like, when it gets to like 5 to 10 Celsius degrees, which is still pretty cold, usually, in t-shirts. A lot of the time also, around this time of the year, like April, May, the temperatures fluctuate so much that I think people just can't be bothered to like change their daily wear. So if the previous day was sunny outside and warm and the next day it's like 5 Celsius, then they're just like, okay, screw it, I'm just gonna go out with a t-shirt. Constantly going too far on the outside. I feel like I'm trying to push this way too much. Had a roommate in university like that? Oh yeah? Was from northern Wisconsin, which is like Finland of the US. There's like some specific state that has a lot of Finnish people in it. I wonder if it is Wisconsin. Oh, is it Minnesota? There's like big Finnish communities and like Finnish schools and stuff. It's kind of surprising. Currently has water guard on deep dip 2. Currently, Bren is... Whoops. Bren is the furthest. About 6 sections behind the finish line. I can show in a moment. Let me get to the ice slide. Three people on floor 16. Oh yeah, Twist, if you wanted to see the ice slide from Spotter, we can check that in the meantime. You just want to pivot points? Okay. Yeah, no pressure. But yeah, currently 3 people on floor 16. Which is basically Lars, Hazard, and Bren. And out of those, Bren is the furthest, 1 trick ahead of Hazard, and Hazard is 2 tricks ahead of... okay. Unlucky. 2 tricks ahead of... my brain isn't working. Bren is 1 trick ahead of Hazard, and Hazard is 2 tricks ahead of Lars. So currently, floor 16 start here, yeah? So you land here. Elcon is still on this beam. We're guessing Elcon had some, like, session earlier today, but I don't think Elcon made progress. So, still on this beam, just before floor 16. Final floor. So you have this loop, and you have this jump, you have this jump, and it wasn't long ago, it was 2 days ago, that we still had, or 3 days ago, I guess technically, that we had both Lars and Bren still stuck on this section. But in the last 24 hours, a lot has changed, so no one is here anymore. Hazard has reached floor 16 as well, as the 3rd player, so all 3 players have landed here, and have also landed here. This is Lars' next section to clear, jumping from here, and then this tunnel. So Lars needs to clear that next. And Bren and Hazard have both landed this. You do it by jumping over the first beam, under the second one. So just between those, and then save the landing. Then you go over here. Oh, okay, we can check the ice slide. So essentially Hazard is on that part, and then Bren has made 1 more jump. And then there's the dirt wall right, which is very dank. Wait, got 3rd gear? Okay. Yeah, that sucks. Getting the 3rd gear out of the ice slide exit. So you get the 2nd gear in the entry. I guess you pretty much always get the 3rd gear with a good line anyway. But like if you get it wrong, then it can be a slowdown, right? That was very good though. But yeah. That's still halfway through floor 16, so it's not a lot left. But there's potentially the hardest trick on the map still remaining. And the rest is probably not easy either. Thanks, Porter. Twist. Is Ixon close to PB? Maybe soon? Oh, let me watch. No. Okay, I need to... Movement. Let's go here. Oh, I was too late. That looked like the half pipes. That looked like the half pipe section. From the height changes. It might have been a PB actually. But a big fall. Okay, we don't need to spectate to see that one. Unfortunate. Oh no, that's too far. You really want to hit the pole. Okay. That works. Wonder what happened there. I mean, it's a plastic ending to floor 10, so would it be too much to assume that it's a plastic moment? Too far to the side. Okay, lucky bones. Thank you, Maji, for the lamps. I was kind of maybe expecting Elcon to also have like an evening session, but maybe Elcon is still a little bit sick. Don't know, haven't heard anything today. No. Again. At the end of floor 10 is plastize, yes. However you pronounce it, I guess. Can't play Deep Dip 2 or you end up changing your name to Plastic Hater. All depends on your patience, I think. If you can approach every single plastic moment with the, you know, with the approach that you kind of just look at the comedic value in them, I think that can be good still. Maybe then you can still keep enjoying plastic. Yeah, I did hear about the setup to do the ice slide without the ice slide. I don't have too many issues with the ice slide though. I feel like here, like, the problem is just the landing bugs, for example. Like, yeah, that felt like one. Because there's so many, like, small items together, and the game mistakenly registers crashes. Lars apologized to Maji before doing it. Fair play. But I mean, you know, it's kind of like players versus mappers, right? To an extent, I think it's the player's job to find the best ways through the map, right? Sometimes they end up being cheese ways or shortcuts. What do you mean rivalry? My PB is barely on floor 3 right now, Sifusan. Can't compete with someone doing floor 4. Similar rivalry as you and Andy Baguette? What do you mean? At least you were able to, like, take some ice water guards off Andy. Okay. I feel too fast on the ice slide. Oh, this will work though. Oh no. Okay. Alright then. Yeah, it's possible to skip. Honestly, like, yeah, I feel like my biggest issue is getting too much speed. I don't know how I can slow down. Maybe I'll just release a little bit more? It's okay, I'll figure it out. Twist, did anyone ever beat that one Andy author time? Or is that one still unbeaten? The fast map. Odgard it? Oh yeah? There's some pretty good player mappers who like to optimize their author medals. Odgard was waiting for someone to beat it, and when nobody could, he just went for it. Fair. Oh, okay. Cool. Where am I? Okay, not on the platform. They took people saying this map is free in RMC to heart. I think, honestly, like where it started from. The reason why people started really like super hunting their own author medals is because of Track of the Day. Because when Track of the Day was introduced in this game, it was kind of like this new thing where a map would be only played for one day. And then the next map would come, right? So you have 24 hours to set a time on a map, and then the next map is out the next day, and then everyone plays that instead. So I think what players or mappers noticed is that when you spend a lot of time in a map, it's not a lot that you see people only grind it for like a couple hours and then forget about it. So I think, to an extent, some players started to notice that there were these like streamers and pro players who liked to try to beat the author medals on Tracks of the Day. So then they figured that, I could just set like a really difficult author medal so that people play my map for a little bit longer. And now I feel like everyone's doing it, and some people are even doing it so that they invite some pro player to set their author time for them to get that super hunted AT. That's probably what started the trend, because I don't know if there was a trend before that to do like super hunted ATs. Maybe on some maps, but I think it was pretty rare. Yeah, I do also think that, you know, mapping is like a form of self-expression. And your author time should probably be a part of that self-expression. Though, you know, also, if part of your self-expression is that you do have someone get your author time instead of you, fair enough, I guess. We also did that one NASCAR map where we I built the map, the route, and then Carlucci built the scenery, and then we got Storm, who did the author time, who was like a really good author, really good NASCAR player. So that was kind of like a special sort of event though, because we wanted to see who could actually beat that author time. That was sort of planned from the beginning. So it was more like a trio map at that point. Did you hunt your 23 time on my campaign? The SB Villa campaign? Map 23, or do you mean the, like, campaign 23? Whole thing? Yeah, I did kind of hunt them, like, maybe like a couple hours each. I mean, the author times, no. The author times are built to be easier on purpose, and then, like, my actual personal bests, the challenge times, those are the ones I hunted. I have an idea for a short campaign, 10 or however many maps you want, and then stack them as the final boss, either with or without checkpoints. Kind of interesting, yeah. Like, beating the segments first and then everything combined. Why not? Is the Finnish language hard to learn? Probably depends what your first language is. But yeah, generally it's talked about as one of the harder languages to learn. It's fairly complicated. Very practical, but it's complicated. Still think it's dumb? It's called author time? Yeah, that's fair. And I do set my own author times for, like, solo maps. I think the NASCAR thing was more like... I was almost building the map for Storm, in a sense, to play the author time. So I got a lot of feedback as well, and I'd made a lot of changes, so... in some sense, you know, Storm did have more to do with the map than just setting the time. Okay. Here we go. What's the strat for moving while turtling? So, generally you, like, just press forward, but the way that you keep the momentum going is that you have to, like, do directional inputs. So how I think about it is that I'm pushing the wheels down. So when the right side wheels are at the highest point, then I press right to push them down, like from right side from my perspective. That's kind of how I see it. And then when the left side wheels are up, then I push them down with the left press. If you press it while it's still going up, then you're countering the momentum though, which is very bad. Yeah, it's getting there. Take the sun. Mainly the beginning of floor 2 is kind of rough. Oh, come on. God. Close. Well, back here. Well, now I can show it again, hopefully, if I make this next jump. No. This red ice turbo has to be the biggest meme on the map. Is there any other meme? I guess there's, you know, some pretty brutal, like, plastic blocks that are meant to bounce you around if you make a mistake. The shrimp. Wait, what is the shrimp? The tunnel with the boosters? That's kind of like... that's not really like trolling you in a way. I mean, it's kind of a meme section, I get that. But it's at least it's not there just to like throw you away. You can actually like clear that section. But it is a pretty wonky part, I'll give you that. Oh yeah, the upside down rail. I actually was expecting it to be completely consistent. Kinda surprising that it's not. Next time, I'll get there soon. Not the floor 15 part, but the floor 2 part. It is consistent for Kubas. Maybe that's it. I'm looking forward to seeing Kubas on really all of the floors, because we constantly see Kubas on the server every single day, but Kubas is one of the mappers, right? So Kubas is not allowed to show any undiscovered threats or anything, but surely knows, like, everything, right? So I feel like once the event is over, Kubas will be maybe the 4th player to finish even. I could set up the green timer, but the thing is that it's very outdated, or not outdated, but it's just misleading, because I've been casting and following this whole thing so much. This is not the right time either, though. The time is definitely like over 200 hours, but I need to check how long I've actually been playing this in these 2 days. Maybe for tomorrow I can set it to be the right time. Yeah, you can edit the time. I know. I'll just need to check how long it's been. This is the wrong gear. Exactly, Hiko. Yeah. Good. Could be savable. Alright. Oh god. You start sliding downwards and you get inverted steering and then you're just spinning. I feel like going slow is always bad, honestly. Just go fast. This is too clean. I'll try to slow down a bit. Okay, worked out. Small releases. The timer is basically, it, you know, shows how long you've been playing, basically. So Kubas is excluded from the plugin, and Kubas is really the only one who's getting to those higher floors out of the mappers. I don't think some players are really, or some mappers are really even playing at all. But yeah, no one has finished the map yet. Otherwise, we would see their time on the leaderboard, on the actual like map leaderboard, not the plugin leaderboard. So yeah, don't think the mappers will really play the map until the event is over. This map does have an author time. It's 54 minutes, 32 seconds, and 10 hundredths. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. It's basically 125% of like a combined segmented run. So all the floors done separately. Okay, here's the turtle thing. So if you look at the inputs, if I get it started. So, right, I'll do an extra lap, right? So you don't actually need to press both keys all the time. You can go like press forward quite a bit. Like here when I need to turn to the other side, I'm just pressing right. And then forward is to drive forward. So yeah, this is basically how it works. I'm really bad at turtling, by the way. So I don't really know all the mechanics, all the struts. I'm good enough at it to do like very basic turtling. And to do the flips, I suppose. No, that's all good. Sure. How does turtling actually work? I don't know. Like, why can you push the car to the other side? I don't know. I guess like maybe it's the angle of the wheel that's actually touching the ground or something. I feel like some things in this game you're better off just taking for granted. Like, this is just how the game works somehow. Why is backwards turtling harder? I guess backwards driving in general has like less acceleration, maybe that's it. Oh, that's bad. How many jumps are undiscovered on 16? 6 sections, I think. It's hard to say because we don't know exactly what Bren did offline, I guess. But yeah, if I count right now, there's the icy wheel dirt zoop. It's one. One that I guess Bren tried out but didn't manage to clear. So like uncleared sections, that's one. Then you have the beam with the flags, 2. Then you have the dirt wall, right? 3. And then you have the jump into the tunnel after the dirt wall ride. It's 4. And then you have the next jump, which you need to chain. That's 5. And then the final beam, which is 6. Yeah, should be 6. At this point, honestly, it's kind of hard to tell how many attempts the players have gotten, you know, to specific sections and what they've done. We've had some offline sessions from the players. At least 7, you think, Matt? There's the final jump and everything, and also like in the... Okay, this is terrible. Oh wow, I'm so lucky. What? That is not how you do that section. No, yeah, so... Sections that we haven't seen, right? This part. This one we haven't seen, but Bren posted a screenshot of being here, so presumably he didn't just like drop down, but actually tried this section. But I guess didn't clear it. So, this is 1, yeah? The zoop, you chain it all the way here, that's 1 section. Then you have the beam. 2, dirt wall, right? 3, this jump. 4. And then you chain. 5. This is not really a section. This is not... I don't count this jump as a section, also. So then this one is 6, right? The last beam. And now you're on the end part. So then... Do we count this one? This looks really trivial, honestly. This is not a section, is it? I don't know. I guess when you get here and your hands are shaking and everything, you know, you're almost fainting probably. I guess any kind of a jump is a challenge. But well, you know, you do have this landing anyway. Doesn't look very hard, but who knows. And then you have this jump. I suppose this jump is like a little bit harder to read. I think how you do this is you probably just take max speed. And I suppose like the only issue is if you get like weird wood grip on the wall and something strange happens there. But I think the speed is gonna be more than enough. So you land here, and then you just kind of climb a little bit. Don't think this is gonna be a problem at all. It'll be fine. And then there's the final jump. So it's like 10-ish like failable sections remaining. Do you think people can realistically fail the ending? Sure. I don't know how likely it is. I think once one player gets there, they are very likely to finish the map as well. But I mean, of course, it's possible. It's really hard to explain. Like, having done some speedrun challenges myself, it's hard to explain the state that you're in when... Oh, whoops, okay. Alright, hold on now. Hey, at least I'm in the pool for once. Hard to explain the state that you're actually, in. I'll wait for the wet wheels. When you get to, like, the final part of a map, after you've done all the difficult stuff before it, it's like you're barely conscious, honestly. And it's possible that you make the absolute worst decisions of your life in that moment, because you're just not able to think. You basically need to hope that your muscle memory and intuition take over, and you will do the right things. That's what you're hoping for, and it will most likely happen as well. They're allowed to pause the game. Like, you know, if you want, you can, like, just go here, into the final jump, and you just set the car here, and you go for, like, a walk for, like, a half an hour, right? That's possible. Because there's no way that you fall down from here randomly. You can just leave the car here and just go and relax and think about what's actually happening and reminding yourself, like, what the situation is that you're in. Possible. If you're playing on the server, you can't, like, pause the game. Like, it just opens the menu, but the timer keeps going. But, yeah, it's completely fine to, you know, just leave the car there. And in solo, you can pause the timer as well if you care about it. You can skip the isolate. Yeah, I know. I feel like it's okay for me to do it. And I kind of also want to, like, understand the isolate, honestly. A little bit. I suppose you might be paranoid about, like, the internet going off or whatever when you're in that situation, so maybe you're not gonna take a break. But yeah, it's scary. It's actually, like, likely, or I'm not gonna say likely because it's, I don't wanna, you know, project anything onto the players. But I will say that it's possible, because it has happened to me, that after you do the jump, you actually, like, don't even realize what's happening. Like, you might not even realize that you've finished the map. And you might not remember anything afterwards, also. This should be savable. Terrible at ice, it's my kryptonite. I take the straight shot every time. That's fair enough, yeah. I will say though that I feel like this ice slide is pretty good practice for floor 3. You'll need to do some ice slides there. So maybe it's a good way to get into the zone. No, you might definitely cry when you finish the map. It's nothing unusual. Gonna be very overwhelming. I might cry just watching someone finish the map. Yeah, no chance. No chance. So close to the edge. If I had space to, like, do the turn and somehow, like, keep the turtle going, maybe, but there's no space. You need quite a bit of space to do turtle turning. I'm excited for Deep Dip to be over because it's sniped me pretty badly and is eating focus I need for other things. Yeah, I think you're not alone. It's definitely definitely slowed down the Trackmania content cycle as well, even though now we do have like a lot of things at once. We have the still map, which is the 1 hour long tech map. And then we also have the new khaki season. But like for a full month, basically, there was almost nothing else happening. There was the Comic Con tournament. That's like the only one that I remember. The 1 hour tech map is called Still. If you just search for Still in clubs, you will find it. It's built by like 20 top tier tech mappers. I haven't played it yet myself, but I will eventually discover that too. So many things to get into after the dip. There's the Finnish Trackmania campaign just came out. Also built a map for that. Then there's the desert car. I haven't checked anything about it at all. Are you a khaki enjoyer? I am. But I don't play the other game, TMNF. But I have built a map for every season of Khaki Reloaded in this game. I'll build another one this year. I'm actually curious how many mappers there are that have had a map on every season of Khaki Reloaded. There's probably like a bunch, actually. Like, even though Khaki gets a lot of map submissions, there's usually like a group of experienced mappers that are able to build like the cool entries that get picked. Like the 1 hour 40 minutes support B map by Chem. Oh no. I remember that one. Is Trackmania Twitch community way different now compared to before DD2? I mean, there's a lot of people who I guess haven't seen Trackmania before, so in that sense, yeah, there's a lot of newer people in the community, which is great. Welcome. Otherwise, I don't really think it's like changed all that much. It's still, you know, the same people. Like basically the same people who usually are into the Trackmania community are also invested in Deep Dip too. So it's not a huge change. Twitter. Started watching because of DD2, had no idea Trackmania existed before then. Yeah, I think that's a similar story to many. Oof, awesome. And it's awesome. Trackmania has so much stuff all the time. So much stuff that doesn't, you know, make the same headlines as Deep Dip 2. So, you know, after Deep Dip, consider staying for a while. There's a lot of really cool things that are gonna happen in the summer. I'm gonna also, for all the new people who are getting into Trackmania for the first time. I'm gonna build like small endurance map. That's kind of my specialty, building endurance maps. So I'm gonna build like a 5-minute endurance map with different like surfaces and techniques to give newer players something to kind of like learn a lot about Trackmania in like one map. I already have a map called Thread of Ariadne, which is kind of similar. Has like 5 different levels. That's a 20-minute map. But I want to build something maybe a little bit different. Bonk. But yeah, I want to try building something very beginner friendly. Well, how many Twitch primes for a 1-hour endurance map? See, the problem with 1 hour is that you have a very big cost in performance. That's kind of like, I actually felt that the 20 minutes was like a pretty good amount. Unless you want to like not decorate the map too much. I will have to say like the still map, even though, you know, it's pretty big and it does take a lot on performance as well. It looks really good. It looks really, really nice. They did a really nice job. 1 hour is a bit much, though if you want to play a 20-lap version of the 20-minute map that I built, that also exists. So close. Okay, I'm getting better at that, I feel. I think you can really... I feel like I'm going backwards, turtling on ice. I think like 20 people finished the 20-lap version. Called Rope of Ariadne. A good run is about 7 hours. I have another 20 minutes map in the works as well. It'll be finished eventually. I feel like Deep Dip has honestly raised our standards even more. This map is really well done, especially with all the plugin stuff and everything. Yeah, it's a lot of pressure for us because we're really like our goal basically is to build the best Trackmania map with the new endurance map. So it's expectations are high. It'll get there. How long is the stream going to go on for? I don't really know. It would be nice to reach floor 3 for one more time. Whist, how do I slow down on ice like that? What do I need to press? I don't understand. Remember watching the virtual video where he is coaching someone in Trackmania and I never realized it was you? Yeah, it was me. A lot of people are surprised to hear. It's been a pretty long journey, thousands of hours of Trackmania after that project. Gotcha, Hiko. Thank you for the good luck. How long and what style is this endurance map? You mean core? So it's actually much more based around styles than it is on surfaces. Like TOA was surface based. This one is more like style based. And there's many styles. There's the exclamation point core if you want to see the full run. But basically, there's like the speed level, which is full speed, speed fun, and NASCAR, of which the speed fun section is the longest. So it's like 1.5 minutes of full speed and NASCAR, and then the 2 minutes roughly of speed fun. And then you have ice section, but it's not like a full ice section. It's kind of like, first it's ice in like all different styles. There's like some bobsleigh as well for the first half, and then the second half of the ice level is kind of like mixed tech and ice. If you know, do you know Neutron? Do you know Neutron style? It's kind of like that. That really inspired me. Sort of like doing ice lights and doing fourth gear tech mixed. And then you have the sort of, I don't really know what to call it still. It's kind of like the stunt level, I guess, which has like faster paced RPG, not really pathfinding, but like, you know, a couple pipes and some quarter pipe jumps and stuff. And then you also have a backward section at the end, which is like backwards speed fun. It's weird, but it kind of works. I did have Arthur playtest it, and it should be okay. I rebuilt it like 3 times as well. So it's like a 1.5 minute backwards part. And then you have the final level, and on the final level you have plastic plus speed tech for the first half, and then you have 2 separate endings that you can choose from. So you can go either whoops, okay, maybe if I'm okay, alright, sure. So you have the dirt ending, which is like a mix between some 4th gear dirt and 5th gear dirt. And then you have the grass ending, which is a little bit more like transitional and some free blocking and cool things. Really, to get like a full idea, I guess probably just watch the run. What am I doing? Is this gonna work still? No. Okay, I just had a weird line there. Okay, let's try again. I'll be more careful in that jump. I feel like I'm not respecting it enough. So it's like 10 different sections, basically. What am I doing is a sentence so common on the jump. Yeah, I can believe it. Mic off, no cam stream for focus. I honestly feel that I often focus better when I'm kind of like not overthinking things. Maybe that's like a flaw that I have in Trackmania as well. Maybe I should be able to have like a full focus mode as well in this game. But a lot of the time it's easier for me to kind of like trust my intuition a little bit. And I feel also like I just get more nervous when I'm doing like full focus. I'm taking it like too seriously and often things go wrong at that point. Hello, Matt. The spin is really good here, though. Very consistent. Has DD2 helped increase your reach to a new audience? Oh, for sure. I mean, I think for everyone, really. For Twitch in general, there's so many people who are hearing about Trackmania for the first time. There's been a huge influx of new players, new viewers. I'm glad I've been able to provide like sort of like an introduction to Trackmania, I guess. Oh, whoops. Okay, that works. Hope Summoning Salt makes a video on DD2. I feel like we already have like people who are in the Trackmania sphere who are better suited for that. I mean, one obvious name comes to mind, of course. Don't need to say it out loud. But I think there will be like a bunch of people who know Trackmania and understand the tricks. You know, it's like it would be cool for Summoning Salt as well. But at the same time, I don't think Summoning Salt really knows that much about Trackmania. I could be wrong, of course, but you know, hasn't made any videos about it before. So it's like a big step to try to like learn everything. There's so much stuff on this map that makes it difficult and important. And a lot of history with the players and everything. Okay. Let's respect the jump. Brick Bob. Bob Parker really is the most important character in Deep Deep history. No pressure from Matt. It's okay. Okay, this is good. So just go forward and then do a left tap. So easy. You kind of need to understand Trackmania to an extent to understand how hard this is and how much it means to the community. Summoning Salt on his stream a couple of weeks ago said he wasn't interested in making a Trackmania video. I mean, it makes sense, yeah. Because, like, at the end of the day, there are already people doing those kinds of videos. So I feel like, you know, you don't really have this pressure of covering this kind of an event because people will do it regardless. Like, Carl Jobs will likely make something out of this, right? Has covered, like, other Trackmania things before, so I would imagine Carl might make a video. Okay, let me respect this jump a little bit as well. Where's that still to the... That's fine. I'll just do a left. No, actually. Okay, I'll respect it. I'll respect it more. Okay, what about this? Okay, this is good enough. Left and right. This will be fine. Boing. I'm ending up a little bit far to the side, but works out. Hunting Walterguard on this would be speedrunning? Yeah, sure. Like, Carl covers a lot of, like, challenges and stuff. So that suits Carl pretty well. Summoning Salt does do more, like, speedrunning specifically, right? It is really good, and I'm really glad. I've been saving all of these streams as well, of course. It's gonna be like a lot of like archived, sort of easy to find information. Of course, a lot of footage, like hundreds of hours. But I'm really glad that I did this because now we have, like, in one place we have a lot of the progression, like pretty much all of the progression, right? Yeah, I know Carl has the trial. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, he's had this, like, Billy deal going on for years now, right? And has still made other videos. So I wouldn't necessarily find it surprising if there is still, like, a short video maybe or something. I think it's possible. We'll see. Oh god. Okay, that was a bit on the edge. to the ice. No turtles. Okay. That was pretty close. Just one more floor 3, yeah? One more run. Does Carl have a video on that? The trial, like 15 videos probably. But there was a recent one that the trial is actually happening now. Like, I suppose Carl has had like a bunch of videos about the lawsuit. If you guys don't know the context, so Carl Jobst is like, basically like a game achievement sort of YouTuber. Makes these news to some extent. Some like documentary type things, kind of. Not really the same way as Summoning Salt, but more like about recent things that are happening, like some big achievements in different games. So, Carl also does some investigations and has done some in the past to Donkey Kong. There's this guy in Donkey Kong called Billy Mitchell who cheated a bunch of records, and Carl made a video about it, multiple videos, has been covering the whole thing for a pretty long time. There was like a documentary made about Billy Mitchell as well, and you know, everything was fake in the end. So the records were removed, and then Billy Mitchell sued like a bunch of people, allegedly. Sure. So, anyway, fast forward is that Billy Mitchell sues Carl Jobst, and now he's been dealing with the trial for a very long time. I'm sure Billy has enough on his plate to care about a Trackmania streamer, right? Oh, that was a bad line, but okay. I don't know, Hendo. Look, I'm already surprised that there was even any grounds to sue, like, Carl. But honestly, like, it's looking pretty good. I'm hoping... Oh, that was too much speed? I feel like it was too much. Okay. Yeah, I believe it was defamation, yeah. Like, the thing is that you can't just say, like, oh, this guy said something bad about me, but you need to prove that it actually affected you. And I guess Carl making those videos, like, Billy has some pretty weird claims. Seems like a pretty clear case, hopefully. It'll all go well. That's the one, Benji. I'm in Japan, even if what you say was true, if it caused damages, you can be sued for defamation. Yeah, that's kind of crazy though. You can say like something that's actually true, and still be sued. I mean, I guess, you know, you can always try to sue someone. I suppose, like, if it's a very clear-cut case of just stating, like, well-established facts. Don't really know if any court would take that case. I'm actually not even sure, like, what the details really are, like, which, like, country's court it's actually gonna be in. Carl Jobst is in Australia, and I guess Billy is in the States, so I'm not really sure how it works. It's been a while since I, you know, looked a lot into that. It's in Australia, yeah. Okay. Queensland, okay. You guys know this well. I mean, it's a pretty important case, I suppose. For gaming in general. Yeah, I'll need to check. I haven't seen like a recent video. Did he play Donkey Kong in slow-mo or something? No, it was like altered hardware, as far as I remember, allegedly. So basically not playing on... Yeah, that's the thing, right? Now I remember. So it was playing on an emulator instead of playing on like real hardware, which was against the rules of Twin Galaxies, who were keeping the books on the Donkey Kong records at the time. Allegedly. Well, is how you got into Trackmania? Yeah, I think for a lot of people, unfortunately, the introduction into Trackmania was the real case. I mean, you know, still probably a good thing that people found the game through that, but it's not the greatest introduction to a game. First thing you hear of it is that someone cheated. I'm getting better at this jump. Oh no. This... fine? Oh, okay. All good. Do you know that you can go backwards? You got in via Steam price error? Oh, what was that about? I do remember the Steam launch did not go as planned. Oh, whoops. Okay, hold on. Gonna miss. Okay, yeah, let me just do this again. Yep, but I found it fascinating. I low-key wanna try to find ways to cheat in TM20. Careful. Careful. Because I love the puzzle-solving aspect of it. So I wouldn't do it to set records. Yeah, no, yeah. I kinda understand, like, programmers might find, like, a challenge in it. And I think that's how a lot of people actually cheat as well. They want the challenge. Which, you know, is kind of still, like, you need to understand how your actions impact the player base as well, of course. Doesn't make it any better. Unfortunate, Matt. Rest well, though. Sometimes, you know, you just need a little bit of time off this map, I think. I feel like everyone has had some, like, pretty weird fails recently. In these last 2 days, especially. It's really something in the air right now. I'll do. was a strange line, but okay. Soon I'll have failed every part of every floor. That's the 100% run of Deep Deep 2. Looks fine. It's how boring the first 9 floors are compared to the rest. For those guys, it's an auto-scroller. For me, I'm bored from them too. Yeah, for sure. Like, eventually you're just kind of tired of doing the same things over and over. And it feels like when you fail, it feels like it's the punishment is not that you didn't get further, it's that you have to do all the previous sections again. Like, that's I think the main thought. Not that, oh, I wish I made this new section, but more like, oh god, I need to do the floor 1 again. I mean, you'd need to contact Nadio for that, Benji. I do remember from Shootmania, because there was a lot of talk in Shootmania about, like, cheating as well. At one point, they did kind of say, like, give an offer, like, well, if you... They kind of said, like, you know, like, if you think you really can cheat that easily, then, you know, contact developers. Like, the Nadio said this. Contact us, and, you know, tell us, like, okay, you're going to try cheating, and then they will track the thing, and, you know, you can help them out, improve the anti-cheat, for example. They might still be open to that. That was many, many years ago. Yeah, that's kind of it, I suppose, Matt. Okay, let's try this again. Good. A little bit of a lower jump that I think I need to do. So, like here? Nice. Okay. I'm still awake. I have the deep, deep schedule. Oh. That didn't feel good. Oh no, am I gonna land on the road? Oh. That's terrible. That was almost saving. Yeah, I need to be extra careful about hitting the flat part. I think I lost the speed that way. Maybe even like a bad gear. Okay, let's get floor 3. Good night, bear. Alright. I'll get this. Honestly, I'm mostly scared of, like, the first jump on floor 2 at this point. Like, the plastic stuff, honestly, I'm already kind of... Okay, interesting. I'm already kind of, like, thinking about the plastic stuff. The plastic stuff on floor 1, and then the plastic stuff in the beginning of floor 2. That's what scares me. It's like the thing, the stuff that I think I might fail. Everything else I'm pretty confident in already, even if I'm not like 100%. But like the first jump on floor 2, spooky. I haven't tried the practice floors. I kind of want to get the same experience as the players had. I've only played for, this is my second day now. Yeah, I think the production, like overall, like all the plugins and websites and everything have been really, really nice. Not one. I hate this. Plastic just zoops you so quickly when you press a key for 1 frame. Okay, I got that pretty nicely though. These kinds of corrections in lines are painful. Should be enough. Oh. 348 is the ice slide on floor 3. Pretty much in the beginning. Like 3 parts in the uphill ice slide. I should look at the squares to figure out how much speed I should get for this. You can kind of release as well though. Feels fine. Good. Have Nadio said anything regarding Deeply 2? They posted a couple tweets, otherwise I haven't seen anything. Yeah, there was the cup of the day, true. True. Almost forgot. They do occasionally have these promotional cup of the days. Oh, this will do. Good. Yeah, the cup of the day is basically like on the surrounding area. That's your PB. These jumps are not easy. Need to really focus on them. I did not like how that sounded. Maybe it just... okay. I guess it just sounds like that. Weird gear. Okay. Well, it works. As a new player, it's really good to even get to this floor, honestly. This looks honestly pretty good. Maybe kind of like a PF line? It was not a PF line. Oh, the landing. Okay. Only took like 4 minutes to reach that point though. Or at least the previous section there. Oh, I can't believe that, Benji. Have you finished the shallow dip version? Good night, Hiko. I'll see you tomorrow. Glad you enjoyed. Okay, let's get this now. feel like I'm still like learning pretty nicely overall. Getting some decent runs in. It's really interesting to kind of explore this process. I honestly already like on day 2 it looked kind of wild how people were getting to floor 3. Like these jumps looked really close. But honestly, yeah, they're kind of working. They're kind of working for the most part. I don't like this though. Okay, yeah, sure. The earthquake strategy works for me. Just started shallow dip, gotcha. 4-2 in 3 hours, that's solid, yeah. It is a really well made version, I think. You wanna try the PF line, aim a bit left of the target with the right wheel at the right border, gotcha. I think I'll probably try to find like a quick setup for it. It'll help in the long run, I think. Because it doesn't seem like a super difficult element, honestly. It's just that you kinda need to understand like how the car behaves after the turbos. It is a very Lentilian type section who built the floor. I think I'll probably, I think I'll try to get to floor 6 on this version before anything else. And then, when the event is over, I'll try to finish the 1 checkpoint per floor version. That should be a good challenge. Oh. I could have probably done it with that line, honestly. I'm probably overthinking the ice slide. Like, I just want to try to get it clean, but I know that if I get it clean, it's too much speed. I don't really know what my goal is here. I guess it's just awkward to go with a bad line. Like, you can't really gain more speed with a bad line, but you can slow down with a good line. Okay, well, didn't quite dodge the lamp there. Well, back we go. I think I understand these earlier parts really nicely now. It's still, like, easy to make mistakes, but I understand, like, how much speed I need for this jump, for example. And this spin landing is really good. Thank you, lamp. Okay. Failed once because of a lamp and succeeded because of a lamp. I'll take it. Maybe I'm turning a bit too much sideways. It might be better to kind of try to only be diagonal, but I'm doing it for speed. Like, continuing the turn is better for speed than exiting the turn, though I guess I had enough speed to exit the turn too. Well, either way. Good. Okay. I really don't like how this turtle part starts, but it seems to work fine. It is not very comfortable to do this kind of an uphill turtle. Only really failed that like 3 times out of maybe, I don't know, 10, 15. This looks fine. Yep, good. You did the turtle skip? Yeah, I think, like... Honestly, in some sense it's probably, like, just easier to not do it. The turtling part, yeah, it's, like, uncomfortable at first, especially, but... After a little bit of practice, I think it's probably just much easier to do. I haven't really done turtling too much either. Yeah, it's kind of tricky. Like, the way I think about it is that I'm pushing the wheels down. So if I see on the left side, from my perspective, that the wheels are, like, reaching the highest point, then I press left. But also, like, it's a lot about not pressing the directional keys. A lot of the time you just press forward. So you don't need to, like, spam left and right. Usually just tapping, like, one of them is enough at the right time. It's very specific and weird, for sure. This looks good. Is it gonna fall off? You're tiny. Okay, I don't know. Now I'm at the point already where I'm getting paranoid because I failed this in specific ways. So now I'm thinking like, oh, am I gonna fail this in the same way? And actually it's fine, and I'm just overthinking it. Okay, let's go. Okay, that was not fine, but at least I recovered. I just did the left tap, I think, a little bit too lightly. A little bit more. There are probably some turtle beginner maps, whoops, that you can practice pretty nicely. This will do. There was the turtle cup of the day, yeah, though that is a little bit tricky already. It does have, like, I think it has, like, a reactor to make it a little bit easier. Maybe it's a little bit easier than normal turtling. Oh, this is weird. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. It's a little bit tricky to find, like, my best way through that. But surely. Surely soon. I feel like the rest of floor 2 is okay now. I kinda understand the last quarter pipe better, and then the final jump I'll get the hang of. Eventually. I just need to pay attention to my setups there and figure out, like, what kind of a line works for me. I suppose no players have come online, by the way. I mean, it's pretty weird hours, I guess. Though, you know, sometimes the players do play with weird hours. Haven't seen Elcon. we did have most players, of course, already playing. Could be that Bren or Lars will already go live pretty soon too. Who knows? Let's go then. Is Isolite really, like, not to jinx myself or anything, it feels okay, but there's definitely some weird stuff that can happen. Like unexplainable ice, like slide outs. What happened after Bren landed his jump? We don't know. We only got the screenshot. I don't think Bren really said anything about anything else. Just said he fell after that? Okay, so, you know, probably didn't make the next landing, right? But it wasn't on stream, wasn't on the server, so we have a... basically just speculation. We don't have any clips of it. Oh, no air brake. I guess the rotation cancelled it. Oh well. Close call. That works. Oh. And this surface is so slippery. It's insane. Wait. We awake. Indeed. Oh no. It's so weird for me to start this. I guess I need to steer. I think what the problem is that I'm steering to the left but too late. So I'm actually, like, already going upside down when I steer to the left, which makes the car go to the direction that I don't want it to go to. That's probably what's happening, actually. So I need to steer a little bit earlier. Okay. Maybe one more attempt, yeah? I'm getting better at the early parts, though. Good night, Benji. Rest nicely. Alright, this is the run. Just about the weirdest line I've done there yet, but works out. You really just want to turn sideways and counter steer. Input-wise, it's pretty sort of simple. Might be hard to, like, understand though, if you haven't played a lot of ice. You can actually kind of slide up vertical walls as well on ice. Oof. There we go. So then... Yes, like... Flaming Ice, thanks so much for the 100 bits. Very much appreciated. A weird sound, but it worked. I'll take it. Getting faster as well. Sub 3 minutes to floor 2. Yeah. Not bad. Alright. Then... Okay, a little bit off target, but worked out fine. So then here... Try to turn left a little earlier. Yeah, sure, that'll do. At least it was the right direction for me. So yeah, this is only my second day playing, but I've been following the event, providing like a educational cast, essentially like trying to explain the game as much as possible. No, oh no, unstable landing. That's kind of the biggest danger, really, when you land like this. It is really not the landing itself, like, you know, whether you land upside down or not, but really the fact that when you land in an unstable way, which usually means that, you know, one wheel or two wheels will land before the others. Usually what it means is that the car will kind of bounce on the landing, and you don't get control of the car until all of the wheels are, like, properly touching the ground. Not full control anyway. So that's kind of what happened there. I landed with the right wheels first because of the weird rotation. And then even though I landed fine on the block, the car kind of like bounced more towards the edge. So I wasn't able to steer away from it. Well, it's okay. This is also why when you're building maps, it's always good to try to match the landing with the rotation of the car when you're building like jumps. So for example, here on this landing, you know, the car kind of matches the rotation of the dirt. That's kind of like a stable landing. Not really, it's pretty weird from this ice, but you know. Are Lazard or Harsh... Hazard or Lars still hunting? Hazard had a session earlier, was streaming as well, probably sleeping by now. And Lars will probably have a morning session sometime soon. Lazard and Harsh, those are the two, yes. Or just Larsard. Boing. Bren is still playing? Yes. Elcon as well. So Elcon has been playing a little bit less these last few days. Apparently has been a little bit sick. But I understood that Elcon is feeling better now. Scrappy and Shmonil also. Bars, Lazard, and Hen. That might be our top 3. We'll see though. It's still early days. Schmalil has been getting some good runs going too. But it could be... I do honestly think that our top 3 will be... or our top 1 will come from the top 4 right now. So it's gonna be Bren, Hazard, Lars, or Elcon. I feel that's probably a safe bet. Oh. I don't like this too much. Right. What even is this? What are we doing? Am I stuck? The wheels are clearly touching the beams. Come on. Move. Drive? Maybe? Like I can see the wheel in the middle of the light right now. Does the last finish jump look possible in first attempt? Yeah. And I think it's probably gonna be one shot. What? I'm pressing backwards and I'm going forwards? Okay, sure, I'll take it. I don't mind, I guess. Literally going backwards, but okay. Oh, backwards and left. Yeah. If I can just get a little bit further. Okay, now forwards. Come on. Okay. Can I still go forwards a little bit? I don't know. Oh, hold on. Now actually going forward with forward. Oh, not anymore. I feel like I need to switch the inputs. Like a quick time event. Okay, that goes a little bit forward and then switch, maybe. I don't want to restart when it's still moving. Okay. I don't even understand which one of the wheels is driving. If it just went back to the ice, I would take that as well, honestly. Maybe that's somehow savable. Looks like that might be where we go. Okay, now it's going the other direction too. Is it actually gonna keep going there? I have some momentum now. I have no idea what happened, but... Come on, it's so close to the part where it gets, like, close enough to drive on. Okay, I think we're going back again. Sure. What even is this? Like, again, I'm going backwards while pressing forwards and right. Okay, well, let's see. Well, now it starts going forward again from here. Oh, I could go backwards. I'm gonna go on the turbo though. Now the wheels are not touching anymore. Okay, so what's the plan? What's the plan? I'm scared. Hold on, to the beam? If I can avoid the turbo? Oh, but there's a pole. Oh, hold on. If I can get onto the beam, I can go backwards. No! Not enough space. It was a good battle. So close. I don't even know. Like, how would you even go, like, over the turbo, though? To the other direction? That looks super cursed. Oh, I guess you could take the beam. So I could have gone, like, here, and then taken the beam on the other side. Looks a bit scary, but yeah, I guess that's possible. Good science. Even though I've seen a lot of weird recoveries, there's the devilism that I haven't yet. So I need to do a little bit of trial and error on my own as well. I think I'll do one more floor 2 try. I do need to remember that the event is still not over. And, you know, at any day someone might finish at this point. So I can't fully throw my schedule in the mud. Need to be a little bit careful. Okay. But this floor 1 is going pretty well now, overall. Not too bad. I feel like the ice light is kind of forgiving. Like, I'm doing a lot of adjustments still. Not getting, like, the same line every single time. It is very punishing if you do something too much. If you make, like, a mistake. Release a bit too much and, you know, you slide out immediately. But, if you do, like, very small adjustments, it feels okay. Good. Okay. Now, don't go backwards, I guess. Just careful. Line. Okay, this is terrible already. Sure it's gonna work. Oh god. Almost. Do I need to go over this beam? I could go here. Nah. I don't like this at all. Actually, this looks better. Like this beam. And then... Or just chopped onto the plastic. Yeah, let's just go to the plastic. How many hours do you have in Trackmania? About 5k or so, of which like half is in the map editor. Mostly built maps in this game. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the icy wheels to go away first, so I can actually land on the plastic. Here we go. And... good. I think I got backwards gear for a moment there. Oh, that's painful. Maybe chaining it would be easier. I think I said one more run to floor 2, but I'll say it again. One more floor 2 run. This one is the last one, yeah? I'm still kind of like fine with the very early parts, but I suppose I'm starting to gain like an understanding of how tedious the same jumps become. Like it's already kind of feeling like doing the first jump over and over is a bit much. Double dipping. Okay. Much is floor fun to you? I mean, it's okay. Suppose it hasn't scammed me a lot yet. I've not really struggled that much with the ice slide, honestly. I feel like it's okay. But I understand that there can be like... I've also got some landing bugs on the plastic and such. So I get why it can be a bit tedious to do in the beginning of every run. I also think that because it's so early on though, that there's gonna be more weird stuff happening there, because that's the floor you see the most. First floor is the most played floor, so it should be the most entertaining one. There's a few problems. One is that it's very subjective, right? What's entertaining for some might not be entertaining for a lot of others. Like, you know, for more casual players who are trying to get a PB on, like, you know, floor 2 or 3, it might be a different experience than for pro players who are trying to get, you know, through the entire tower. And also, I think one thing there is that no matter what the beginning of a grind like this is, eventually it's just going to suck. Because you do it all the time, you find all the weird stuff there, and every time you make a mistake... God. You fall back into that same floor, right? Okay, one more. Last one. So, you know, you kind of start connecting the two things, like, you know, the frustration with the beginning of the map. Because you feel frustrated when you do the beginning of the map because of the previous run. It's gonna be the triple dip. I just want to get past that one jump there. I don't know why it's so tricky. It's kind of a precise jump. Kind of tricky to line up, I suppose. Yeah, last run. Okay, looking great. Not the best pace I've been on so far. Oh, okay. We do. But yeah, like in speedrunning, it's kind of like a big sort of meme, where the beginning of a run always sucks. Like, it just turns out that way. Even if it's the best part of the run, like, it's just gonna suck. When you do it often enough, you will just connect it with the sort of like emotions, negative emotions. Oh no. Okay, it's fine. I'll wait for the icy wheels. I'll respect the jump. Oh, I hit the ceiling? Okay. Well, technically, I'm still on a run. Hey, enjoy. It's done. Hope you have a good night as well. And no problem. There we go. Back to floor 1, it should be. Hello, car, work. I wonder if I got the backwards gear or something there, because the car is just not stopping. I feel like anything with slow speeds in this game is like surprisingly weird. At like higher sort of stable speeds, I feel like the game works like pretty predictably. And I guess when you get used to this kind of stuff, it does become easier as well. But it's a little bit weird sometimes. Hi Moonberries, don't be sorry. So the progress in the last 24 hours is basically that Lars did get past the wheel hang. Okay. And it also cleared the next jump. So Lars was able to get slightly further, but Hazard was probably the biggest player. Was able to get an offline run all the way from the ice ladder floor 15 to the plastic jumps on floor 16 in the middle, right around the dirt wall practice section. But then Bren today was able to get also an offline run. And on that offline run, Bren was able to do the plastic jumps as well. So Bren currently has the world record, but we haven't seen the run. Only a screenshot. So about a little bit more than halfway through floor 16, but there's still probably the hardest trick remaining, which is the dirt wall. Okay, that was gonna fall off anyway. Maybe we'll call it here. This jump will be my Nemesis. I guess that's gonna be the one. Making some good progress though. It is really like a slower day, you know. I think we watched 2 runs total, or 3. Trackmania was making pretty good progress though. And yeah, I think Hazard is getting some runs together. Well. So, yeah, we'll see. I feel like we're gonna have like one day where a lot will happen. Because we kind of had that last night, but not really on the streams, right? Here's a thing that I heard about. I don't think the rally car gets very far. Just woke up, it's 5:20 in the morning, what is happening? Well, we're just about reaching the end of the stream, unfortunately. But yeah, no new PBs tonight, but earlier today, yeah. Bren did get an offline run. Pretty decent record. Did I clear this first jump? Good try. That looks possible, but the second one probably not. Anyway, how do you get this car in the map? There's this underground section. Hidden underground section that I was told about. So you can go over here from the start line. So the start is there, and then you have this room here with the 2 cars that you can take. So you have these gates that change the car to the new ones that they've added in the last 6 months. There's no desert car because the desert car came a little bit later. Yeah, indeed, Logi. But okay, here's the situation. So floor 16, start here. Yep. Elcon is on this weird beam just before floor 16. You have this loop, landing, jump, wheel hang, landing. Lars is here. This is Lars' personal best. Then needs to do these 2 jumps. Jump between these beams onto the ice. Hazard is here. So there's the practice wall area where you practice the dirt turnaround. But the actual route goes through here. Hazard failed this jump combination, but Bren has made it here. That's where the screenshot is. So this is the current situation. Then you do another dirt zoop here, jump up around the flags, and now you have the actual dirt wall ride, which is probably the hardest trick on the map. Definitely the hardest trick on the floor. So that's gonna take a while, perhaps, or maybe someone will one-shot it. But after you clear that, there's a pretty realistic chance that you actually get to the end of the map, to the final jump. So it's gonna be a big section, big one to clear. That's the situation, and we are trying to reach floor 3 middle point right now. I made it to this section before, but didn't land in the water. So I'm trying to get this one down. Tomorrow, maybe. We'll see. I'm hoping that also the players do stream some runs tomorrow. Lars probably will. Probably given. Can you show the end? Yeah, so floor 16, after you do the dirt wall ride, you jump into the tunnel here, land here, and then slow down the landing here. Then a patience test, nothing really to fail on this section, but then you have to do this final beam, which can be a bit tight. It's pretty scary. Only the right side wheels will fit through here, so looks kind of cursed. But this is the end of floor 16 if you make that uphill. So from here, drop down doesn't look very difficult. And then jump doesn't look very difficult. climbing over here, onto the beam, and now the final jump. So this surface here is non-slippery, it's basically tarmac. So you drive around, and when you feel like you have enough speed, you jump. 45 jump, up. And you will jump a little bit forward as well, which means you only get one shot at this. If you fail, you fall all the way down. So one chance, and you want to reach this red line here. Any point of it, basically, just the height matters. That's probably the 2000 meters. You jump up, reach this height, finish the map. Yeah, Bren is not on the blue flag, I don't think. Pretty sure Bren is still here, the PB, so there's still the wall right to clear. Probably just trolling, or maybe it was a misunderstanding or something, I don't know. It's more of a problem of players being unable to reach the floor than being unable to do the dirt wall right. That's true. Like, the biggest problem with floor 16 definitely is getting there. Not really doing the tricks, but getting more attempts to it. Because if we think like floor 6 even, like that took a lot of tries just to like actually learn the tricks, and floor 16 is the same. It's just that you don't get those attempts in there that often. Try wider to aim better for that first floor 2 jump next time. Yeah, maybe. It would give more time to like actually line it up when you get the visibility or the vision for it. So like wider line, and then it's maybe easier to look at the pole and make sure you land it. I was getting better at it though. But yeah, it's a tricky one. Glad to hear. Really done. Okay, but yeah, I think we're done for the day. It was a fun session though, overall. It's still interesting to get to play this map for a change. Let me see what's happening. What's happening on Twitch as well. It's pretty, you know, strange hours, I guess. I guess at this point, you know, it's not much dipping going on. Oh wait, hold on. Warl is streaming. Warl is actually a really good player. Doing some no mic streams, but could still be kind of fun. So Warl is actually a royal player, one of the best players that's not whitelisted on the server, so probably playing in solo, but has like a really good PB, as a floor 10 PB. So maybe that, yeah. I don't know if it's a French stream, but it's an English title, so it should be okay. Warl is one of the best players, yeah, like top 3 players not on the server, yes. True. That should be a good one. Do you remember how long it took to beat TP1? Yeah, 6 days from Bren, like 42 hours I think.